So I went to the store. I think I'll probably jump in the shower, but I'm not going to do my hair. I discussed it on the way there, and I went, I'm going to have to do it again in like 5 weeks. So it's going to be cold. You can wear a hat and food picture anyway. So water, soda, and bananas. Yeah, bananas. Not a topic. Just last night when I looked up the EBT thing, trying to find out how many people were on SNAP food in the state of Massachusetts, maybe even cash, because I'm sure it's at least 1 million people. Okay, so right, you've got a city that only has 100,000 people as their total population, so they're not really wise what they're doing. So just as an FYI. Anyways, not a good time to be going into that city, but just today is like brutal. Get through it, especially when I'm not even doing jog walks or anything today. About the map. Like, I got like this eerie thing, and I hate to inform people of this because, as sad as it is, sometimes it's correct what God is telling me. Like, do they actually believe if they can shut off every SNAP card in a state? Is that part of an election map? Because some of them were blue and some of them were white. Is that an election map? Because remember I explained to you how sick the lawyer is? I told that woman, Amy, I go, it was so weird how she was acting and talking to me. I in my mind went, am I mentally insane? Is that a Social Security hearing? Like, I think that's what she thinks it is. She has complete dementia. She probably works for Social Security and thinks she's a lawyer. I got a weird letter mailed to me, the shelter, after the first time I went to court that was saying that I was in Social Security that day and made all these statements on that day when I couldn't have been there. I was in a courtroom all day long in the town of Dedham. Okay, that's like wicked demented. So, anyways, like you would go, are you starving people? How does the state of Texas not have one single person on an EBT card? Not a topic. Not a topic. Right, just this is not Democrats, Republicans. Okay. I'm not talking again about how I'm supposed to increase my potassium because I'm supposed to be on a low sodium diet, and then you try to force me to eat salt and not get potassium foods. Not a topic. Right. Not a topic. So, anyways, well, the drumsticks are cheap, but no one can get these digital coupons. No one's getting it at 79 cents a pound. Maybe Tommy. 129 a pound is what most people are going to pay. I don't even know if he can get the digital coupons. No, you just go, not a topic. Definitely happy to have the bananas. I left a couple down there for her because I know she likes bananas. I'm not a doctor. You can try talking to one if they'll still talk to you people. If someone told you the wrong thing about increasing your salt with the iodized salt and stuff, or if that actually caused it to go right to your thyroid. I don't think they know, no. I'm explaining it to you. It's like God doesn't give people insights like that are in a world system. It's very rare, I should say. I can't think of a time that he did. Jenny McCarthy is not a doctor, and she probably wasn't working at the time. She was probably home with her kid. So, anyways, she's famous. So she had an opportunity to discuss something with you before Beyond McCarthyism started and the InfoWars. So I would say they didn't know. Honestly, I would say they didn't know. Yeah. Like, even though the test is you add something sodium so that it picks up the radium and takes it right to your thyroid, right? Takes the radioactive material right to your thyroid so they can do that scan. I don't think they knew. I don't think they put two and two together. They read books and they just go, okay, that's a fact that like tobacco is a drug. And I go, tobacco isn't a drug though, but we go by the textbook. So you're going to do one wrong. In every test I took for a certificate for dental assistant, I got a 100 except that one exam. You're going to leave it that I didn't get a 100? You're going to literally, are you putting that in a file somewhere? That the reason it's one wrong is because tobacco is a drug? Nicotine is a drug. Tobacco's not a drug. So, anyways, it's not your job to make somebody get one wrong on a fucking whole entire career of testing. $0.99 Celeste pizzas. Mallow cups, they still sell those. Those are good. I don't buy any of the stuff. I go to a food pantry because someone decided in the fun game that they're going to pretend that they're not trying to kill me again, and or that they believe they're running a government through a DTA office, but they're not the government. Like I'm Dana Carvey. That's why you just go, not a topic. There's nothing really fantastic in here. What's this? Clam Shack soup. Buy one, get one free. I noticed last night too, like you're using butter, and then God's like, who cares, Mary? Who even cares? But you go, you're using butter because I bought 2 steaks. I'm sure that's not why, but there's 1 stick of butter left and you're using it. Okay. There was definitely something weird going on. I'm sorry. People have issues with their brain. Not my business. Just someone took a whole pound of margarine and cut it in squares and has it laid out on a countertop, and then took the 1 stick of butter and opened it up and left it on the kitchen table with a knife and stuff. You go, what is this? I didn't even see the butter there. I opened up the fridge and went, okay, and then opened up the freezer and went, okay. So clearly the next time I get butter, it's going in this cooler. It like has to be like that. It's that sad. If I don't eat something that second, it gets eaten by another person that knows I don't eat margarine. So anyways, there's like probably 3 or 4 margarines in a freezer. So why butter had to be taken out? Not a topic. Not a topic. I was going to take this trash over here. I didn't do it. Not a topic, not a way to spur a conversation. Well, I realized today that I'm going to have to try to leave at like noontime because the same friggin' dude was at the same spot when I left the house because I left about the same time I did yesterday. So clearly that's his walk schedule or something because he didn't go down this way. So apparently there's a bus stop up there too. So you just go, he's probably going to catch a bus. They're supposed to walk, but they walk slow, man. They definitely walk slow. It's way better than it was at 3 a.m. That's for sure. Yeah. Oh, I plugged it in. I'm like, what did I do with the phone? Plugged it in over there. No, the store was fine. It's always fine over there. People around here don't have that sickness. No, I can't explain what's going on in a food pantry. That's what I said. I'm not going to get into it with other people because I don't know. There's people that probably judge me every day of the week because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So it's pointless. Right. I'm sure there's. I told you a couple of weeks ago, but it was different people. I thought they housed people in that hotel right across from Legacy Place, right in the town where my food pantry is, at the same time of shutting off my SNAP food card. They're clearly profoundly insane. Right? There's just, that's all that can be said about it. People have to have food. I have no idea what's going on with those people. I would say that they haven't been in the shelter. They, for some reason, they're refusing to go to a shelter or something because I'm sorry, but they put Black people and Spanish people right into housing. It's been going on for at least since I've been up here because they're bigots and they're insane. It's like a Holocaust on U.S. citizens, the ones that are white. That's why Alyssa Colby was given a Section 8 because she's Black. That's how they do it in Quincy. If you guys want to try to go into that shelter, they'll put you. I was told by Marge, she came out of the hotel like she was presenting, like she was high. God forced her to present. And she goes, I'll get you your housing, your Section 8. But she never talks to me like that. Then she went into the thing and came out like a different fucking person, like a different personality. Because God made her present what they've been doing. They probably put people in that hotel for a day and they went right into an apartment. That's what she was telling me. But you got to be the right color. Because it's like a primate. It's not a regular fucking bigot. They have severe brain loss. It's like a literal monkey that goes, and then you're part of their family. So they're going to do special things for you. Right? It's like a literal hatred. Like they want to kill you with their teeth. So if you came here from somewhere else and where you were coming from wasn't that sick, I'm explaining it to you. They're 100% that sick here. I've done my best to try to explain to the population that's not used to being around people that aren't white that these people are harming other people that are not sick like that. So you'd have to see what they look like. They don't look like, I don't know, they don't look like Akon, these folks. Okay? So, but I don't know how they would treat Akon, but they don't look, I don't know. I don't like black guys, but I mean you can tell if someone is like handsome generally. Who else is a handsome black guy? I don't know. Just they're not like, they don't look like people from Kenya that are running a marathon and stuff. They're just not, yeah, just it's obviously that. I reported it before because I noticed it. There was like literally no black people in the shelter at all. And then as soon as one of them comes in, they go right into housing. Even if it's their housing, they don't leave them in a shelter. Like it's like immediate. It's like bizarro. And you go, what the hell is this? There's people that have been here for years. Anyways. They were telling those, I told you, they started telling people in 2019 that you had to be in the shelter 365 consecutive days because they made up a game. And they were specifically asked by the executive force when they were told to make a list. They clearly were told by someone that they had to make a list that people could see. Okay? and enough of your point system, because they already proved their point system was false. Okay. And then they were asked if the people had to be in the shelter to stay on the housing list, and they were told no. Everything they say is a new lie on a different day. Right. So all of it is bullshit. Once you are found to be a liar, it really doesn't matter what you say or what anyone else says about you. Like, just they already caught them in numerous lies. And then it just becomes emboldened. Like, they lie knowing that everyone knows that it's bullshit lies. Is that a threat? And that's what I'm saying. Like, they made up a game like she used to do. I want you out of this house. So that becomes a game, and the other residents do it too, where they harass you till you leave and then you don't get housing. Well, that's a fantastic monkey behaviorism, isn't it? Sad. Right, so the Nation of Islam shows up and whoops your ass. I don't know what these things are. I know, I'm just looking at my hands going, I don't know what these things are. What do you need? You got the squiggly stuff, we got the half arrow, we got the P, the 2 5 star, equal sign, crook and flail. I mean, what the hell do you need? You got the map of Egypt. You got this weird thing goes on the head. I mean, seriously. What are you? Christians go by 2 5 star. That's part of 2 5 star. All Christians go by 2 5 star. Apparently, all is it called Muslims? All Muslims go by half arrow squigglies. I don't know. They might go by Paul, by P, and the Christians do too. P, 2 5 star. On the other hand, we have the Jew nation, the Jews, Abram, and the Buddhists, and Eye of Horse. I don't know what that is, if that's a religion. Anybody that came out of me would think that was funny, I'm sure, especially as an adult. You just go, what the? It's almighty. Hello. Uh, what is it? You mean this? You shall keep your agreement. I was saying that in the other live stream, right? That is just don't try to pile into Milton. No, that's why they don't have all that housing there. The whole thing is a reservation. Yeah, you just go. No offense, but if you don't like me, you're not gonna like anybody in the suburbs. Okay, right? Just talk about bored. That's why they would never do it. They would never do it, and then they realize that about themselves, I'm sure. I don't find really Quincy to be any more exciting than High Park or Dedham. I really don't, but I'm not a drug addict. I'm not a daily drinker. I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. So, because I have a natural hatred for the world, there's not really, yeah, like even when it came down to ice skating, I didn't want to do it. I begin to feel guilty because other people can't do it. And it just has to do with the hatred of the whole thing. The longer it goes on, I can't really tolerate being around people that are partaking in stuff. Because, like I told you, just like the tree lighting, you just go, I know that your species doesn't understand that, but it's just, I can't. Things become unenjoyable that would typically be enjoyable to me, right? Like that's definitely would be enjoyable to me. But because I'm surrounded by quote unquote you people, it's not enjoyable to me. And then, like the dude who wouldn't stop smoking the drugs, right? That doesn't mean you guys are any better than him. It's just you were here last year. Okay. Do you live in Boston? How are you affording to live here? Did you come from the shelter? Because in Quincy, you have to be in by 6 p.m. Or not only do you sleep outside, you lose your bed. Even this new thing about 3 nights out is new. They never did that before. And if you want to eat that night, you got to be in there at 4:30, 5 o'clock because sometimes it's wicked crowded too. So I mean, I literally went 12 years. I haven't been, that was the first year I've been to Boston Common at Christmas time since I was a child. So just all of the stuff that quote unquote you people have been doing, it sickens me. And then because I'm not in Quincy, now you're going to have free ice skating. You never had free ice skating when I was in Quincy. You didn't even have ice skating at all. I don't recall you having ice skating there. Remember when they had the car show here and didn't tell me? Oh yeah, definitely good. Definitely being exterminated. Just like those concerts. That's why I knew something was terribly wrong when that Brian dude said he went to the parade. How were you at a parade? Wasn't that the night that I only went into the shelter? I wasn't even living there anymore. How were you at a parade? Did he tell me he was going to fucking Wollaston or something that night? I know you just go, you people are disgusting. You're depraved. I saw that there was something set up for a parade, and I went, I hope that all that parade was, Brian Buchanan, was you people sucking on a tailpipe of radon. Because it probably was. It probably was. Everybody that showed up for that thing, as we're being stored in a fucking RMV, repeatedly having toilets and water shut off. And that all makes sense to you. You never stop to wonder why things are going so well. 'Cause you're a liar. Just holy Christ. Your perceptions of other people and God himself are amazeballs. I know, just probably people on the other side of the planet going, he's gonna actually rebirth her with the brain, right? Because we're fucking doomed. Manganese. You know anyone on fucking planet Earth that does that? Right? Bring that person fucking forth. Because not only did you do this to me, you did it to the fucking children I birthed. That I believe you fucking murdered. Okay? So you go, did she just fucking say manganese? Is she gonna rebirth with a fucking brain? Because there is not a person on planet Earth that does that. Hence the star. Yeah, I recognize you. No, you don't. You things only meet me one time, okay? And then you die. Dies, no tell you. I tell you. Her, we're all gonna die. And the daughter's like, we're all gonna die. There's other forms of life. You don't want to stay here anyways. I explained it. Just now, what is this business about skunks? That's when you go to bed at night. Just like I explained to Karen Corbett, it's almost like a dog. It's like a watchdog. That's why they spray like that. It's like they would like protect you, and I can't because they're not going to spray you, and you're sleeping. Yeah, you don't attack skunks, Karen. Nope. Yeah, she likes to stay up late yelling and stuff, and you go, "It's time for bed." Yeah, it's time for bed. That they come out at night, and that's so. Skunks act as a warning, so you go to bed at night. You get daytime skunks at chipmunks. Do you chase those away too? I think it's so funny how they throw their head back while they do it. I saw one lonely guy in the Neponset River. Right. So yeah, it's probably because I was walking to the grocery store. But I'm like, oh, this one is sacrificing its life because it seems is that water cold? Because I'm like this one lone guy in the river there. Yeah. Probably because I was going to the grocery store and I'm all stressed out. That's why God sent them here. Be like, what's going on down there? Probably not. I mean, some people probably don't like that, but that's probably how Ted Kaczynski was. I don't know. Just, I'm sure out in the woods and stuff. I'm sure he had probably friends out in the woods. Just make like a log, and then whatever that is, that your microphone. Making my pipe bombs. Other Steven. Everybody's name is Steven because they all look the same. Your name's not Steven? Okay, well you come from his parentage for sure. That one's name was Steven, the one that Jen didn't like, who invented the Eucharist. That's why his hands were like that from washing his hands all the time. Because he clearly has a neuroses, right? But that's, I mean, it's almighty. That's why I noticed it right away about his hands. They look like a priest. That's what I told Jen. They have like a priest. I go, he looks like my son, and looks like a priest. Yeah. He clearly invented the Eucharist. That's why his hands are like that from so much hand washing. So, anyways, because it's supposed to be making fun of stuff. Like it's like a child that's pretending to do the dinner meal and stuff like you did, and it's a whole production. You've never seen children that you ever hear of that day where they make their parents the breakfast and stuff? Right. That's some people don't have normal lives, but that's like a thing that they used to have children do. Put the apron on and all of that. I went over that a long time ago about the JoJo oil. Are they still trying? Are they still doing all that weird stuff? It like if you're using a wooden cutting board, you oil it because it gets bacteria in it. It's really not. It yeah, it's really not some sort of. Some people like stuff to be procedural and anyways. Some of it, I don't know about that stuff with the candle, or it might have some sort of witchery thing. Or like it's their interpretation of, you know how people lick their fingers or whatever and put out a candle? It might be their interpretation of that. Um, so we started doing some of the foods at my house very briefly, and then all of that was interrupted by people trying to kill me and probably kill the children. So anything and everything to get us to stop reading the Holy Bible. So it is what it is. Manganese. So it's definitely the time that you gotta go. No more helps. Right. Just it can't be like a thing of keep helping a species stay alive. That won't stop overwhelming you and killing you. And then trying to take a poop on top of you and pretend to be you for 5 minutes to prove that that's stupid to do. And no one can do that. So that's all they do. It's like this stuff where they have to keep batting me down for 13 years and then they try to pour out stuff to other people in front of you like a deranged cheerleader. Excuse me, cheerleader mom. I'm not trying to give your people things, but a message from the Almighty. I'm not trying to give your people things. Trust me. That is not what is motivated to keep me going for 13 years. To have anything to do with helping your people, believe me. My one and only concern is my species at this point, and to keep your species calm and in a compassionate manner so you don't suffer. So I figured the dude with the manganese has something to do with driving nuclear material around. Otherwise, he would be told to go suck his own dick and fuck off. I figured he got like that from driving nuclear material around. Yeah. So, in case you were wondering. I suppose I'm starting to cool down, so I suppose I could shut the window and take my shower, and then he was in the process of cooking food. But I already have that stuff cooked. I don't know. I think I'd probably heat it up in the microwave. I don't know if I want to eat that cold, but does it taste better cold? Someone else do this before? Maybe it tastes better cold. We'll find out. I don't think I have as much of it as I ate yesterday. I do have more pistachios shelled already. because I thought about that if I should shell some more pistachios. I might after my shower. Give me something to do. But my fingers, yeah, that's right. This came up in the walk, and then I went, yeah, my fingers are still sore from yesterday. I'm gonna have to take a pause for a day on that, I think. Alright. This. supposed to be cold tomorrow too, so it's gonna be cold. I mean, warm for a couple days for it actually. I don't think I would ever wear these pants in public again. I did last spring. I don't think I would ever wear these in public again. Yeah, it's just a little bit too much because you get too much unwanted attention. Anyways. Oh, that's right. I gotta get some more. Hopefully they'll have some lotion at the food pantry. I got conditioner last week because I was looking for lotion. That was I saying? Yeah, they cannot stand the bird nose at all. Oh yeah, they just every single time they fly into some sort of horrifying, demented rage. It's amaze balls. You gotta have the bird nose and the eyebrows. But when you're in a mimicry, that's not gonna work out very well. It just depends. To me, I always look the same as like different things, but to me, I always look the same. That's what I've been told by God. I always look pretty much the same, in case you were wondering. So. That's right, I do what I'm told, so I get choice genetics. It's almighty. So I was getting back about 2:30 the other day, so this is about that time. Same time. Weird. So tomorrow I'll have to leave it. Oh no, tomorrow's the food pantry, so there's no way I'm getting out of the house by. Oh, I don't even have to go out tomorrow. That's right. I have to do my push-ups, abs, bicep curls, and jog walks after the food pantry. I don't take a walk. So then Sunday. Yeah, because I'll have to. But the weekend might be different if he's on some sort of a schedule. I'll have to leave at noontime. 1:00 is the crowd of people that comes the other way, so that's got to be some sort of bus or train schedule. I have no idea because you go, that's a school time to get out. Are they like way older than school age or something? I'm not gonna. Yeah, people generally look younger to me than they actually are. That's why I made sure to ask that dude how old he was. I know, because I figured he was probably somewhere around that age. But you just go, and how old are you? 35. Okay. And then supposedly, if that's his actual name and not a made-up name, then he turned 36 in July. I don't think that's too young for a 52-year-old. That's a little bit. That toilet. Oh, she likes him young. Okay, you're a pedophile and you're presenting, which is really disgusting. So the whole group of you is absolutely gross. Why don't you just a whole bunch of them? That's why they were all acting like that. You go. I saw his hospital band. Okay, so what are you looking at? Yeah, you've got to be presenting that you're all sex offenders and you're pedophiles. Fucking crazy, man. That's why it's good to have photographs too. You go, does that look like a minor to anyone? I know. I mean, Jesus Christ, that's definitely not a minor. Anyway, people are usually older than I think they are, not younger. But I've never been. I know I used to have a thing. I think where I used to do some sort of a thing about guessing people's ages, but it's all made up. Like you always tell females that they look younger than they are, and then they smile. Children pick up on these things, how to get attention. So I don't know if that was a thing. It had something to do with the arm skin or something. Remember that? It was like it's Tom Kent's mother's week that I didn't want to be at. So I was like 8 or 9 years old, trying to become the hit of the week. Not that's a new thing. That doesn't sound like Mary, really? Okay. You weren't at Mary Kent's, Mary Gladys Martin Kent's week, her namesake. You weren't there. Okay. I don't think that's a new thing. There's no business like show business. I don't think that's a new thing. Nope. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't really feel like it's probably because it's not peanuts. Yeah, you just go in. It's pistachios and cherries. Because they're salted. I have to rinse all that salt off. I can't eat all that salt. That's what I'm telling you. I've never blown up that fast at the shelter before. Yeah, that was pretty fast. I've never blown up like I don't even know if I've ever blown up like that at the shelter, and certainly not that fast. So can't have all that salt. They'd still. I'd die of my own fluid if they could. That's their life dream. Yeah, just horrifyingly insane monsters. I guess if I'm not going to heat it up, especially just run down there and grab it out of the fridge because I think I am like super hungry. That's why my stomach was bothering me this morning. I know it just sucks. I don't really feel like putting that thing back on the floor again because I don't like to do anything all day. It's just weird. All right. The complainers. Remember that at the hotel? That madness? I don't know. I hope they were being sarcastic because that was bizarro. That Donna chick was saying it at the shelter too. Was that some buzzwords they were teaching them at the shelter in the Nazi re-education? Like who were the complainers? What were they complaining about? Being held a hostage for 13 years? Is that considered being a complainer? I just go, what the fuck? Is it an honor to be held captive at a Ramada Inn in Dorchester? Like, should I be grateful about being in a hotel? That they only allowed me to stay in for 6 weeks because I don't complain, but like, what does that even mean? Remember that Dawn chick? It's better than the food under the bridge. You people are sick. You people are definitely mentally ill. And then they started serving food with straight out human hair on it. That was in 2021. So apparently now they're sickening people purposely. So I don't know if that. Oh, that's what I wanted to check on my phone. Uh, According to this laptop, if you Google Father Bill's Quincy, it's still 38 Broad Street. So they never finished that building, which is what I was hoping was going on. When people don't answer questions, then I don't know. But I was hoping that that place was never going to open. Dr. Berg Show Live. Okay. That's something that people could do. If they're blocking you from commenting, I'd have to be subscribed to you to know you were doing it though. Like if you started doing a live stream when I started live streaming, so I would know that you could actually see me. Well, it's helpful because it actually makes me a little bit nicer, I suppose. But what was I just going to do? I want to Google Father Bill's Place, Quincy. This still says 38 Broad Street too. Are they still in that same building? I hope everybody left there. Like, did someone drag Melissa to a shelter in Boston? Because that would be fantastic. Or she just goes, I knew, I was hoping Mary was right that that building was never going to open. Yeah, I mean, this is my phone. So unless they have another website and it's not updated or something. No, I don't want to donate. I just want to know your location. Okay. This says 30. If you are an individual in need of emergency shelter for the night, we operate 2 shelters for adults. Yawkey Housing Resource Center, Mainspring House, North Main Street, Brockton. Okay. Well, you're being euthanized. You shouldn't have anybody in either one of those locations because you're criminally deranged. You're murderously insane people. So God will send more people in there. If you actually have people at 39 Broad Street or 54 North Main Street, God will send other people, not Mary Gladys, and they will directly tell those people they need to get out of there, that you people are murderously insane. Okay, so that's not even a shelter, that's a day shelter. Are they directing people to my fucking food pantry? Does anybody know? Has anyone asked them like where they shelter in the day or where they sleep at night? They had to have at the food pantry because they have to fill out a form. So that's not even a shelter. They spent all that money to build that place that's not even a shelter. Okay. And then they still don't give Mary Gladys fucking housing. That's why they're being euthanized. Do they still believe that they're giving out housing to people? Tenancy preservation program? So is that how they're actually preventing people from having to pay rent still while other people pay rent? Okay. And then they're still keeping me hostage in the state of Massachusetts. Okay. I know it can be shocking how profoundly insane people are. It's the same phone. They make no attempt to contact me. Right? They live there. They exist in some other alternate fucking universe out there. So I can't care. So that's not even a shelter for people to go to. Where do they sleep at night? Why have a day shelter there? I know you just go, oh my fucking God. I think they think that that's a housing authority. That's what I'm telling you. They think that they set up their own fucking government out there. Have you ever tried asking them why they never housed me? They haven't texted me. They haven't attempted to call me or text me. It's the same fucking phone. Were they ever telling people before that they didn't know where I was? Because that's what that Taylor chick said when I showed up there. Where have you been? From them forcing me out to the fucking street in 2022. Where have I been? You don't have the internet? Where have I been? Give me a fucking break. Someone will. Right. That Katie person probably did. Someone will, and then they'll just fucking leave. They'll be like volunteer for a month. Oh, yeah, and then this person, 25-Star TV, wasn't she a resident here? Confirm that you fucking see it and then leave. Just like confirming you know about the doctor and the kidney diet. Anyway. Is that a threat? It might actually taste a little bit better cold. That's why I want their Facebook available so they can answer me. What the fuck do you think is going on? Maybe. I do believe they're part of having that money shut it off and stolen. Absolutely. They're all fucking insane out there. They took over 2 federal offices in a city in the United States of America. They're just printing themselves money through a fucking DTA office, and they keep increasing the monthly amount that you get. Yeah, they are. It was never $401 a month. You got $92 a month. I did it in 2016 or 17. I know, it was not $401 a month. They increased it to $401 a month, and they're just printing themselves fucking money. They're not approving every stipend. They just confirmed it. It's right on their website that they have Man at Health in that fucking day shelter still. One good aspect about that, in terms of fucking delusional, they probably think that's why the hospital's being closed. Yeah, they do. They think it's going to force everyone into Man at Health and Bay State Health. Melissa told me about Bay State Health. They're part of Rapid Community. So their perspective is they're closing hospitals and forcing people into their fucking medical system. And they're mentally retarded animals. They're murderously insane. They're trying to force it through Social Security. Just like I said. It doesn't matter what's in your medical record. Just like it doesn't matter who your fucking next of kin are. They're criminals. It doesn't matter what's in your medical record. It doesn't matter that you have a primary care physician. You have to go to their fucking doctors and partake in their clinical trials, they're calling it, or you're not getting Social Security. They'll start evicting you from your fucking house. That's all part of that Jenny Apple business and the one that's from India that's in the UK. It's just like Donald Trump told you. It's a hostile takeover of your country, so they're being put down. Not they have norovirus. How many times at the same shelter are you going to get norovirus? Did they tear down that building at 38 Broad Street? You better hope they did, because they'll try to put people in it. If they were providing those services, why would there people sleeping at a fucking airport? That doesn't make any sense. Get it? It's all a bunch of horse shit. Clearly, if you're sleeping at a fucking airport, you need immediate housing, right? And that chick that's paying for a hotel in the middle of the state with the kid. So anyway, after those people die, we don't have a need of a day shelter. Why would we need a day shelter? I don't know. Tear the building right the fuck back down. No one needs that building. There's not going to be a such thing as a homeless person after those fucking monsters are killed. It's all a bunch of horse shit. Fucking day shelter. For what? The arena? I know. Remember they said there was going to be apartments and stuff over there? See how everything fucking changes? Because these people are completely insane. They've got a day shelter. Roxbury's got a fucking day shelter. Chelsea, Massachusetts has got a day shelter. They're all fucking insane. There's a Forever Young on my walk route. Is that Milton yet? Or Hyde Park? Is that one over there on Milton Street still there? Fucking insane people. Absolutely fucking insane. Full steam ahead. Everything's fine here. I was just at the store. Yeah. People overseas going, they don't care that 7 miles away we're just killing people. No, they want them killed. It's been a very long 15 years. They want them killed. We were told we were going to go to jail because we punched someone in the face. There's 7 million people in this state. Okay? There's only 100,000 people in one city. I don't know how many live in Plymouth with the 400 empty houses. I know, no offense to the Mexicans, just is there a reason we're not shipping Chinese people? What is this? People in a prison farm? Who the fuck is farming all the food? Does anyone care? Just, what is this? No. You've got to be put down. So, it's millions of people. How many people have you kept shutting their fucking snap card off? More than just me. So, how many people did you tell are essential workers? Haha. If they were ever going to send troops here, it's to make sure that those people don't try to leave. You don't have to worry about the fucking National Guard. That's to make sure they don't leave. It's a kill zone. Also, if they needed to offer those people fentanyl, like I suggested. Did you send this letter out? Did you mail something to 38 Broad Street for Mary Lagoa? You need to drink this. We're not kidding. Okay. Did you talk to Mary Lagoa on the telephone and tell her you're not the government, but that you issue incomes to the DTA office? Okay. And that she had to clear 2 warrants to get a medical disability that was then shut off? You need to drink this. In lieu of firing squad, you're murderously insane. You're guilty of treason and crimes against humanity. Like you were told repeatedly. It's the same phone. Did you tell Mary Lagoa that she was getting a voucher? Like if she has text messages on a telephone that have already been viewed, that say that you're in the process of getting her a voucher, have you contacted her since she last spoke to you in June, was it, of 2023? June. Did you lose her telephone number? You need to drink this in lieu of a firing squad. Did you take not once but twice $4 million from the state of Massachusetts? How's the voucher going? That's what Joey was talking about, because clearly something like that's been going on for what, 4 years now? I'm telling you, I think they thought it meant vulture. Like, they're that mentally insane. I'm not kidding you. Like, they think I'm like their staff psychiatrist, but then they keep trying to murder me. And you secretly talk to me like you don't know who I am and shit. You need to drink this. Okay. When I went out there, why did you tell me that I had warrants and you mentioned a police report out of Dedham, Massachusetts about a domestic incident from 2017? Am, am I like they didn't tell people that was their new shelter? So I wouldn't be in a shelter for 365 days anyway, and you still don't say anything about fucking housing, so you're being put down. It's the same phone number. You were given a phone number and I was there. I have text messages back and forth from you. Not I gave you the wrong fucking phone number. That might be why the cops asked or something to make sure the phone was still on. It's still on to this fucking day. It's even turned back on now. I had it shut off for what, a week? Because I didn't want to listen to the fucking notifications. Not anybody text me from that place. They're completely fucking criminally deranged. Is this a viewable to the World Wide Web still? Well, there you go. I know you just go, oh my fucking God, how are these people that? They're mentally insane. Have you spoken to them? I think it was the last day I was in there in June. That woman Daniela tries to hand me a check to get my mass ID for $25. Are you kidding me? I already did this. I already did this on my own because I was given an income. But do you see how long it took for them to do that? Oh yeah. She tried to that Luquette person tried to give me a referral to some woman who doesn't even work for them anymore. Did you speak to Destiny? Is that her name? She was the new supposed like on staff therapist. She's the one who set up the appointment at South Shore Mental Health. That the only reason I got an actual appointment was Dedham District Court had to call them because they were doing the same shit. It takes that long to get a fucking appointment with a therapist? No, it doesn't. Do I have to have an advocate? Do I have to have a fucking parole officer because I already spoke to you on a phone and that doesn't count? That shit fucking insane. No one that has a thinking mind wants to fucking live like that, believe me. All right, let's see. I'm trying to find the date was last time that I heard from these fucking people. That's what I'm telling you. This one's from June 29th. Yeah, June 29th. That's the last time I heard anything from this Daniela person. And that was something about a residency letter, which is not what I asked for. Remember that? Because I went in there on June 28th because Social Security asked for that business about every time I was there. So this person has not contacted me since June 29th of 2023. Does that sound like I'm going to get a housing voucher? That's probably what Joey was talking about. He's just like, these people really don't realize how fucking sick these people are yet. Just, they're not giving anybody a fucking housing voucher. I mean, you might eventually get a Section 8, but it's not going to be through them. They're not even putting people in fucking rooms anymore. Anyways, I don't know what the fuck they did with that money, nor do I care. I honestly don't. It just seems to me it was like some way to try to explain to these people how sick they are and that they're under U.S. laws, whatever it is they fucking concocted. You're on U.S. soil. You can't just make your own government in the United States of America. You're out of your fucking gourd. That has nothing to do with anything that Anonymous was doing. Anyway, it is all part of a trap, though. You clearly were completely trapped into committing treason, which it's punishable by death, and that's what's happening. You're being given a death penalty as a group. Treason is not just you have to work for the government, so I don't know if that's why she's saying that. Like the person at the hotel who said she was a volunteer, but then she's staff. That doesn't matter. Look it up. You don't have to. In the United States of America, we the people, any U.S. citizen could be found guilty of treason. You don't have to be in the government. The people are the government, and that has nothing to do also with crimes against humanity. And it was explained to you numerous times that I am a U.S. citizen. I'm a private U.S. citizen. I'm not in the military. And you conducted a Holocaust against me, and you refused to stop keeping me a hostage here. You don't offer to fly me to another nation state out of here either. You keep me hostage here, and you repeatedly try to murder me. So the quote-unquote international community, now that everyone hates that word, is euthanizing you. It's their duty to do it. Like Japan. Oh, it's different technology now. Thank you, God, because I was starting to get like wigged out. The man that put the video up on YouTube that explains how the thermonuclear weapons function, I will gladly respond to questions especially if they put this Facebook thing back up and you can just type it there. I don't have anybody blocked. I don't even know if you can see it. They shut off a Facebook that I think was visible on that Zoe Woody, even though no one can comment to me. They're ill. I don't know if it's the same group of people, but I highly doubt it. But again, it's treason because of free speech. I'm not in the military, so I don't care if you're under a state of emergency. I'm a hostage. Clearly, militaries around the planet can see that that's bullshit. I don't have to get into ins and outs about your military laws, okay? I'm your hostage, not you're somehow able to just shut off anybody's free speech. You're doing it for a reason because you thought that you were hiding me here when you're not. So just like you thought you were hiding me, whoever those people are thought you were hiding me in a hotel. You're hiding me in a shelter. You're hiding me in a hotel. No one knows that you're doing this. You're really sick. Mar-a-Lago, they obviously know. I'm the Virgin Mother. Your Pope quit. So they clearly know. Does Benjamin Netanyahu have thermonuclear weapons? Like, is there anybody that still doesn't believe that's going on? I guess I could put that thing down. That's right. I'll probably end up taking a nap today. So anyway, June 29th. It's now February. We're almost in March. June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February. 8 months have gone by. Okay, so that's 8 months in a shelter. And now is the shelter closed? Do you have to be in the shelter to be on your housing list, like for your housing? Okay. $13 years is an awfully long time to keep making up excuses, don't you think? I have no idea, but Judy, we have housing all over the place. People don't know about. No, there's people that know about it. So they asked for the National Guard in Brockton. I think most people know that you have a location there. It's right on the website. I have no idea how long you've had people at that shelter. It probably just as long as you've had people at the other one. Remember that man Arthur that they said was there for like 20 years? I might be super hungry today. We'll see. I can tell that I'm annoyed, but I guess it's probably better than it was. It's just one of those days. I'll check the news in a minute. It might have something to do with that. Hopefully it means it's similar to Washington D.C. because the place looked like a ghost town when I went there. That's why. And I told you about the radiation hives. That is like really good news to me. Yeah, that is really good news to me. My mood's probably been better since I went up there. Just the fear of this being never ending. And then you go, okay, someone actually is doing something. And then, oh yeah, that's what I was going to mention too about people that are kind of walking around and talking real loud. Try not to take it personally. I mean, if I'm like this, that means other people are too. It's been a long 15 years and it's a biological stress. And a lot of people are pretty exhausted. There could be people that have medical conditions. Um, Trying to contain your rage when your disassociations are kind of breaking through too. It can be difficult to control your rage when you realize exactly what's happened and what these people have been doing. Clearly, they've been hiding from us stuff that they've been doing all over the country. So, right, someone they're being killed with thermonuclear weapons, so we don't have to kill them. So, well, if you closed all the stores in Miami, I don't know. Maybe they got tired of working, but you definitely don't want to do like they did in other places because you won't have any food. So don't do stupid things. That's what I'm telling you. Okay, what was I going to say? It was something about Washington, D.C. It like, yeah, just sitting on a bench. That doesn't happen in Quincy. It might happen now, but they wash them. So I don't know if that's why. It might only be because they wash the benches out there. I think the sprinklers hit the ones at the library. Um, I thought it, but when it's wintertime and it does snow, it's difficult to tell. I thought in 2022 that it looked like there was debris on the ground at that Star Market, but they use pre-treat and stuff when it's going to snow, so it's hard to tell. It seemed like that stuff in the front yard. Is that still there? I don't think it's there anymore, right? Is it? It seemed like that lingered for a while, but it does get cold at night. I saw some weird thing. Um, the last was it the last time I was out in Quincy or 2021? I think it was 2021 when they said they were filming. They were filming something. Um, it like there was like a big pile of like foam. You would think it was like snow or something, but you're like, why is that like that? Like that? Yeah. So maybe it wasn't. So um, they said there was a whole bunch of foam out on the coast. Remember that? And you go, ocean foam. Are you sure that's ocean foam? Okay. So, yeah, just be glad you're not on the coast. We're not seeing like foam debris like that out here. That's why I was like, what is that? Because that would be sort of the first I've noticed it around here. But I have noticed it in Quincy. And then when I went to Washington, D.C. in August, was only there for about a day. I don't even know if I was there for 36 hours. I might have been there about 36 hours because I left earlier than I was going to, but it wasn't as early as I wanted to leave. And when I sat on a bench, and I wasn't sitting that long really because I was walking the whole entire night. So maybe I didn't realize that's why I was doing it. Yeah. And I noticed a lot of people jogging and stuff. And I guess, yeah. And then I noticed like pretty quickly that I had radiation hives. Remember, I was like, did I get this from the bus? Yeah. I think it was from the benches in Washington, D.C. Yeah. because I was like, did I get this on the bus? Like they treated the seats or something? It had to have been the benches because I had shorts on. And this is the other thing too. When I first got there, because I had been cold on the bus, I put pants on. So I was only in shorts for like hours. It wasn't even the whole time I was there. Yeah. And then you go, what is this? Like, I know they said on the news that people had that before. Was that in other parts of the land piece? Okay, those people might be having, I don't know. We'll find out. But yeah, that was all part of what they were calling coronavirus. There's no such thing as coronavirus. Okay, folks. So they were talking about rashes and stuff. I didn't have any of that. So I do, and I used to sun tan and stuff. So I think the stuff with the nuclear material is new in this area. Yeah, I think it started in 2022, and I explained it. So please don't get mad at me. It took a long time, and that's a lot of restraint, everything that I've been through and other people have had to witness happening to me. Okay, so try not to get angry with me. Like, clearly, I have the moral authority, so I used it. Okay, it's not just for myself; it's for other people too. Right? You just go. As a prophet, I don't have to travel around the land piece. It could have actually been worse for other populations of people. Okay, so it right, because if they're attacking me like this, just imagine if you're not 2 5-star. So I know Roswell, New Mexico in 2019 was just reopening. They had closed the whole place down. Everybody thought that a transition plan was taking place. And John Dubbins explained Washington, D.C., okay, where people left homes and stuff because I know. And then people like these monsters out there probably took their houses. Yeah, just at one time there was a website where you could buy a house for $1 and still nobody donated me and the other quote unquote homeless people a place to live. I know you just go, this is fucking insane. Who knows if you could actually buy a house for $1, but um, really, really insane. So after that COVID business, when they tried to murder me, it, they just gave themselves everything free and then tried to murder me. So that's not gonna fly. Sorry. Um, uh, and then 2021 went over that again. How insane that was! It was like to the death. They're gonna get me out of that house. They had to take this woman's house like they're taking everybody's house like it's a tree. Like they're murdering a clan group. Oh yeah, just I don't think that's what God is saying. It's about your Passover. It's about your extinction. You're acting like really insane. So, and you knew that I exhausted my housing options and I have no income. And there was a federal ban on evicting me because exactly what happened. I ended up on the literal street. Like at that time, you had to be put on a list to even get into the shelter. And because Almighty God sent a tropical storm, they were forced to put me in the hotel. That's why they did it. And because I began to swell up. I'm not supposed to be on the street like that, eating canned food and stuff. I'm not supposed to be doing that because of my medical condition. So that's like basically trying to force me outside in the ground so I blow up like a balloon and drown in my own fluid. So yeah, you're being put down. So, um, Oh, this came up when I went to the store about Scott, if true. If she spoke to Scott in real life, it's no offense to her. It's just she might be naive about people pretending to be other people and stuff on the internet. It's scary. Make sure you talk to a person, not even text message. They'll do that too because they might believe they are Scott, right? Make sure you talk to him and it sounds like his voice and you ask some sort of questions about himself that he would know. I could see the cops might have went, dude, just go to jail and do the jail time. And then they probably all realized that even if a person served out their entire sentence in jail, they try to keep hauling them into court. They're just completely out of their minds insane. Because I was talking about him probably, so he had to be part of the show. So they had to arrest him. Like, I'm not even saying the cops are doing it, but you go, that's a little bit of a coincidence, isn't it? I know he's probably like, "What?" I doubt he'd even be mad, but what the fuck? Because that's what she said. She said that he already has been to court and it was all settled. They did the same thing to me. They're completely fucking deranged. She that this is how insane they are. They did it purposely. It's not even like they're so insane they keep reliving the day. They're completely fucking criminally deranged with this trickery and takeaways. The whole it's I don't even know if you need a court recorder, but isn't that stuff supposed to be recorded when you're in court? Everything that's spoken? There's a bailiff there that wouldn't let you put me in the holding tank, so I'm sure he probably remembers that it was pretrial probation. That's what was agreed upon. And that's why I was even going out to Quincy to satisfy pretrial probation. Then she starts telling me, she calls me on the phone to have a fucking argument with me. I need your social security number. You're not getting that. And then I said something about the pretrial probation stuff. She goes, oh, it's actually conditions of release. It's not pretrial probation. Like dementia, just to get in a fucking fight with me. So if he said that someone was doing that to him, they are, because I just went through it. And you just go, stop calling 911. Didn't just Mary explained it to you about Washington, D.C., and that you're in a kill zone. Don't ask the cops. Leave the fucking cops alone. The cops aren't the military, right? That's the cops. That's not the military. It's free speech. Cops aren't the military. Leave the fucking cops alone. Like, don't call 911 to see if your system is working. Call another person, right? So, like I told you, your phones can be shut off in the event of an emergency. Some of it is so that you don't cause panic in the rest of the population. Okay, that's some of it. Some of it is whatever it is you're calling them about is absolute nonsense. Okay. Some people are brain sick and they don't know that they're calling 911 about nothing. Like, yeah, sometimes people have dementia and it's just, um, I don't know anything. I doubt it has to do with outages like cable TV or something. I kind of doubt that. I kind of doubt it's that. The liquor store isn't open. I don't even know if I'd recommend doing that. There was people that lived on that Pond Street that were giving them booze. Yeah, because people like that would actually riot. That's why you have no choice but to just keep pulling up a Budweiser truck and handing them to them. They don't even care about food. You saw that Brian Buchanan person? They'll go days without eating. All they care about is drugs and alcohol. And they can be reasoned with if they're drug addicts. If you just hand them booze and go, we don't have any drugs, we just have booze. So, like a piece of watermelon, a six pack, they'll think it's the greatest thing that ever happened because that's how that chick was talking, the one that died. Lupus Mary. Oh yeah, and then they give us free booze and everything. Oh my God. Does that seem normal? Is that because it's one love and everybody's sharing? Everybody's sharing booze, but I'm homeless on the street. Why aren't they sharing housing or SNAP food units or an income or clothing? Why are they just sharing booze and drugs and chairs and toilets? Why are they sharing toilets and booze and drugs? I don't know, man. You would think she has Hep C or something because I told you she was in that video that they had of the Prez. And remember, I go, is that Lorraine? And that was probably 10 years ago. So you can imagine, um, not a looker. So you go, it's probably just one of those typical chas that has a gut and no ass. I doubt it's Hep C. She didn't look jaundiced to me. Right? Just, blech. Poor Bill. I know. Just, he's probably like, could you imagine if I went out with that? You would have experienced the same thing I did with that Brian Buchanan person. You'd be like, what? Like, I know you just go into the shelter for the night and you get up the next morning and there she is with the rolling bag and some other dude. Yeah. And they won't even explain to you that they were just screwing while you were sleeping that night because they're that disgusting. You just think he's some dude on a bench in the morning. Anyways, snarl, scratch, growl. All right, now I'm gonna check the 3:26 back in bed. I've been up for 12 hours now. I know, I already went to the store and everything's like weird. Just went 40 degrees. It should feel better now for 2 days and then continue on full steam ahead. We got to get these people into Greaves by spring so the transition plan can get back on track this year. Yep, 2024. I would say, yeah, you're not going to have many more days where you're going to be wearing that fur coat, that's for sure, because we're going into March now. So, like I said, we basically are almost at the point of going through an entire winter where you had like 3 inches of snow in Massachusetts. So, um, I don't believe it to be global warming, no. Nope, I think it's thermonuclear weapons because I requested that it be done in the wintertime after the summer of 2022 because they had to end a campaign because I got to the point where I was going to start vomiting. Okay, so I would imagine the people out in Quincy were vomiting if I was like that during those 3 weeks. Okay, if you forgot, you can Google it, and they were being nuked in the UK as well. Like stuff was being set on fire. So people were laying on the floor. I think it was JFK Airport, so it was happening in New York too. So that can be frightening. So I would, yeah, I would tell you. I That's a good question because I just had this experience like 2 days ago with God. So I told you about the rainbow thing. I would tell you. Yeah, I would go, they have to nuke us because the atmosphere is disappearing. I would tell you that. Yeah. Um, I don't believe that's what's going on. No, I believe it's thermonuclear weapons, and we have the video from the guy that explains to you what they do. I don't think God lies to me like that, and this is why. In January of 2022, when I was on the ground, literally, and my face swelled up, and my knees wouldn't bend, and my feet swelled up, I thought maybe it was from the cold. And then God had me look it up, and it's symptoms of radiation. I didn't know it did that to your joints. And I remember when they were talking about the COVID, that was some of the stuff people were getting aches and pains. They thought it was from the vaccines. I believe it's from ionizing radiation from the thermonuclear weapons. Okay, so like I said, God, in my opinion, controls everything. So even whatever they stockpiled, because it's the whole planet, except for a safe zone that was set up. Okay, so um, I've sort of figured it like this. The second that I'm not a hostage anymore, then there would be enough probably nuclear material poured out here that people received enough REMs that they have no chance of survival over the long term. And then that material, like I explained, it takes a long time to decay. And as it's decaying, it's still releasing radiation. Okay, so because as you can see, even after 2 years, they still refuse to stop keeping me a hostage. Right. So it's got to be done until they have no chance of survival. And people that study um, radiation and are monitoring people in these cities, these communities, they know what's going on with them. Many of those people do see doctors. I don't know, maybe you've got a spy or something at Planet Health. So um, someone you can rest assured is keeping track of that in terms of I explained the nature of what's going on with the brain plagues and the people that won't stop charging people for rents and how and mortgages. Okay. And then if people aren't going to be able to drive anymore and they're not near public transportation, right? There was supposed to be a whole walking program and everything. So you have people that would not stop shutting off food cards. Not we intended to demand essential workers for the rest of our lives. That was not part of the transition plan. I think the military understood it. People don't just decide to do a plan unless it sounds like something that would actually work. And it would have worked and it will work. It's going to be forced. Like I feel that that's God telling you what's going to happen. Yeah. So people that agree with it and were trying to do it, none of that's changed. You're not insane for doing that. I know, you just go, weren't trains supposed to, wasn't it supposed to be diesel fuel and then trains to transport the food? Because everyone's going to be condensed in one area. I don't see how that seems. Maybe you didn't understand how many people were going to die. Maybe that's what it was. You were in a denial and you didn't follow the thing about stop breeding. Okay. And then people started coming here from other parts of the planet and they're not here to farm. There's no farming going on here. Okay, just they went over that. They put some of these people on farmland and they didn't even farm. They thought that they were just getting free property. They showed it to you and they bought those little things and put them in a thing. What the hell is this? How are you here? How are you on this land piece? How are you in on that property living in that house? You thought this was some big fucking joke? I can't put plants in a pod like that? I know you just go, remember that hip thing from the snap food? and charging people $6 for a dozen eggs. I thought we were helping you people so you didn't lose your property. I don't know, maybe those are the people that are supplying the food pantry, I don't know, because I encouraged people to do that, so I really hope I mean, it doesn't matter, you can't fault yourself for doing something you thought was good. I don't see how that would have harmed anyone. Like, people losing family farms and shit in Massachusetts, that's why people partook in the stuff, not were retarded. Like, why would we care if someone got $8 for a dozen eggs when we're not paying for it? Because it's a farm. You had to use a farm, not these farm stands, unless they're saying they're coming from farms. I never partook in that. Candy drove me to like two different. No, was it the same place? I know you go. You're not just going to a store and buying food, right? And doing this. Oh my God! I hope you actually have a farm. Someone investigated. There's people that are called investigative reporters. I know because there's people from Puerto Rico probably that know how to farm, and I don't know about Haiti and stuff. And you just go, you didn't give me the land, so I know you go. You have a problem giving people that would actually farm. Is that what the problem was with the transition plan? To get you out of the middle of the country, so that food could be farmed. I know you just go, what the? I'm a Nazi. Okay. They were forcing prisoners to do it. I just go, anyways, whatever. I know I'm a terrible, awful person. So now how are you going to arrest a population of people you wanted to put them all on drugs and fill their head with mercury? You have no one you have no able-bodied people to even round up in some illegal arrest warrant and force them to farm. Like, you're completely irrational and won't listen to any reality around you. Well, I learned a lot about homeless people. You expect I know you just go, "What do you think we're gonna ship a bunch of Chinese people here and plop them? I don't know where we're gonna plop them in. You won't stop building everywhere. Where would we plop them? To farm?" I know. I don't it doesn't mean you have a previous, but if you did, what do you think it is? Not something happened to you 400 years ago. That would have been a nice, fairy tale if that's why they brought them here. No, they brought them here to, kill the people that were here. That's why they brought them here, not they brought them here to farm. Like, afterwards, it seems rational and logical if you read through the bullshit history and what makes sense. Um, Afterwards, people took compassion upon them because the very same people would have then came out on their horses and shot them all dead like buffaloes because that's fun. After you release a whole bunch of animals to brutalize the people that are here, rape women and children and murder people and stuff, and then because this is your arena. This isn't a country. This is your arena. So later, uh, people may have brought them onto their land out of compassion, and then they did farming or whatnot, right? Because otherwise, that's part of the arena. That wasn't, they're not doing an arena out there right now. Please, people. Well, just writing our stories, anyways. That what he, that's all we're all doing is writing our stories. He's the one who, when I said something about Alfred killing me, he goes, "He would kill you." Never talk to me again. He had to come over and find out what Mary and Gio were talking about. And then he started talking some. He always talks in this disgusting insanity, like he was talking about too, about his girlfriend, and she's this age and she wants to have a kid. And he's always talking like that. He's a sex offender. And usually I'm halfway nice to him, but I have to be like mean once in a while. But after that comment, never talk to me again. It has to do with brain loss, right? It has to do with brain loss and just never talk to me again. I don't know what the fuck he thinks is going on for 13 years, but yet the guy wouldn't kill me. I know you just go, whoa. Would the people in the shelter kill me? "3 weeks, nothing but sandwiches. Would the people at the shelter kill me? Are sandwiches cheap? Is lunch meat cheap? Or is lunch meat one of the most expensive things you can buy?" They started opening up businesses where you just make big lunches. So they're being euthanized. Why would you have a business where all you do is make big lunches with lunch meat? Why would you do that? Because you are putting more and more people in these hotels that you guard like they're prisoners. And then you feed them nothing but sandwiches because you're deranged. And that gives somebody a job, just like they used to bring the retards in to file the bills to make sandwiches. Because in a primate kingdom, everybody has to have a job or they're worthless. They have to be part of a clan group and they have to have a job or they're worthless. That's a primate. That's what primates do. Uh, I haven't heard them playing music loud like that in a long time. Yeah, today's been like a weird day for sure. So let me see. But people are definitely coping with it. All right, so let me see. Uh, I guess I already checked CNN this morning, didn't I, before I went out? I know it feels like a weekend day to me. I know it sucks. I don't, because of course I got up at 3 a.m. because tomorrow's the only day I have to do something. But I already showered, so all I have to do is brush and floss my teeth and be dressed. Concern grows as Houthis continue attacks despite U.S. strikes. Okay. The Biden administration is struggling to stop the Houthis as the group continues to fortify its weapons stockpile. This may be the final nail in the coffin. Oh, it's like I might be able to take a nap now. This is early enough to take a nap. Well, I typically I wouldn't care on a Saturday, but I do have a bunch of stuff I have to do after the food pantry, so I don't know about staying up half the night. Is that what happened last week? Yeah. Wasn't it last Saturday morning she was up at like 3 or 4 in the morning, yelling at the top of her lungs at the television? That was last week, right? And not the week before. I think it was last week. It was either last week or the week before, but I'm pretty sure it was last week. This may be the final. Da, da, da. Okay. What's this, New York? Oh, Chicago. People walk along the Chicago lakefront. Okay. Well, it sounds like they're trying to let you know that in another part of the land piece, it's actually going to be worse than here next week. Okay. Dallas to Minneapolis, Philadelphia. It's going to be like May or June. Oh my God. They're saying some places might be 30 degrees above normal. Is it always 30 degrees? I know you go, wait a minute, isn't it always 30 degrees? I forgot already. Is it 20 degrees or 30 degrees? Um, I think it's 30 degrees all the time. Yeah. I know. I did it too. Oh my God. It might be 30 degrees. Yeah. That's what happens when they nuke you. Yeah. It's just something. If you go 115, that's what, 85? 85, 95, 105, 115. So that means it was only 85 degrees in July and it felt like 115. It's usually, unless it's different in the summer. Maybe it actually doesn't raise the air temperature as much in the summertime. Wouldn't that be weird? Yeah, that would be it has probably has to do with cold air masses and stuff, right? Maybe ask the meteorologist. They deleted an entire Facebook because of this, for anybody that if you could see it, like on Zo Woody, the state police, yeah, they deleted the entire Facebook because of it. Could you see the post that I was posting on the Mary Lagore when I was attaching it to the Zo Woody? It was all Einstein type shit. And then some of it was weather, and then they deleted the whole entire thing. They didn't just ban me, they literally deleted it and said 6 months. You're not getting a 6 month break. It's not even spring. I don't run the show, like, because I don't have all the information about what's going on. But you don't shut off those people aren't shutting off a Facebook and making up some reason they just deleted all my material because the state police could see it. So, right, all you're doing is you just keep trying to do the same effed up stuff. Those people don't run the nuclear material. I know they have other ways of communicating to us. They wouldn't just go down with the Facebook, 180 days you can put in for an appeal. No, only deranged people even use that wordage like you're running a courtroom. You're not getting 6 months break. That was a couple of years ago. We're not doing that anymore. And you don't dictate what goes on here. I think it's really important for those people to come out of it, right? I report what I see going on here and how I feel. And sometimes people at the food pantry will report to me symptoms and stuff, right? You go, I don't see anyone here vomiting, right? I think we know if she was vomiting, and he hasn't said anything about being sick to me. I haven't heard any vomiting. It doesn't smell like vomit in the bathroom that we share. So I was just at a store that even they do sometimes they will. Even the essential workers aren't going. Yeah, I had a call in, we had 3 call-ins today. They don't say that. And there's people that monitor that, I'm sure. Duh. That's why you have a whole police force here. So stop trying to run a country through Facebook and a DTA office. That's not even run a country, really, is it? That's the international military. I'm not sure that's really running a country. Okay. So, uh, some people, if some people want to word it like that, as long as you don't become abusive to Chinese people that live here, because they're not in China, they're here, right? Where you go, don't they have 1 billion or something people over there? I mean, maybe they want this land to grow food on. I know it's just not just stack people up in public housing that do nothing, right? From their point of view, they go, and they won't stop trying to murder regular Americans over there. So, whatever it is you need to, as long as it's peaceful and you're not attacking people here on this land piece, whatever works. But right, because I explained the situation. Uh, that population is so dangerous to the suburbs, you can't even do a switcheroo. You can't do it. They don't want to live out here. Okay. It's just a lot of them don't even have cars. Right. So we need the housing. That's separate from stuff where people are just holding on to housing. Someone knows who those people are. Okay. So no, people are done with the topics and trying to make up all this confusion about um, halts on evictions. And then what do we do about people like, I'm not discussing any of it. It's called thermonuclear weapons. So I already went through a decade of it because the plan was given to you in 2013. Okay. That's when you were given a transition plan for a reason, sort of unbeknownst to me, where you go, okay, you're not going to Exodus 20. So here's you're not going to return my children to me. So here's your transition plan because that's what God is doing. As you can see, God knew about the nuclear non-proliferation agreement and God knows about the brain plagues. So you were told the transition plan was to prevent literal starvation. So you're supposed to be the breadbasket, right? So I don't know if people started mowing over farmland and building condos, and then they want The same thing that happened in Florida. I wasn't one of those people, by the way. Right. Then they want restaurants and they want this and they want that. And you go, you're mowing over citrus groves for this? You're going to turn Florida into New York City? No, it's a madness. That's what I'm telling you. You go, they don't, they think just food falls from the sky because someone has to give them food. Someone somewhere has to come on a spaceship and give them food. So you can't possibly care about food when all you want to do is get high and drink alcohol and smoke ciggy butts and attack me and attack everybody that's sober because they're too judgmental. You can't possibly care about food. Anyways, above average, well above average, below average. Some of it gets too wordy. I don't like it either. I know you go, it's the same plan. So when you're not doing that plan, there's a problem. Now, you're not supposed to go, they've got a day one the housing, and then we will approve every stipend. You're being euthanized. You're being euthanized. They've got to approve every stipend, then we'll free up the housing. That somewhat makes sense. Right. That somewhat makes sense. So, this whole business about getting rid of a SNAP card, you just go, you got to go. Whatever is going on with those people, that's your one card system where you get taxable stuff and non-taxable stuff. It solves every problem there is because some of the people have a hoarding problem. Okay, so granted they could, but it might help them, but I don't want to be controlling of people. I don't want to be controlling of people. But you get what I'm saying? Because say that they go, okay, this is for food, and then that should be right. But yeah, I don't even want to become controlling like that. But people that use certain things as an excuse, right? You just go, it solves every problem there is. And you people are told to figure out how much money people need on the thing. And then you put 400 on mine. I was still getting my SNAP, and then you shut my fucking money off. I don't have to be in a shelter in Quincy to be getting that income. Yeah, just every time we think, and it's like I felt like you did it on purpose as a takeaway because you're fucking deranged, so you're being euthanized, and someone else will be in charge of doing that. I still have the same card, okay? So someone else can be in charge of that, just like someone else is going to be in charge about giving out housing because there's clearly plenty of housing. People are not talking about it anymore. There's been plenty of housing since this bullshit started. You people are severely mentally insane. People, do you have any idea how much housing was built for a transition plan? Okay. Just they refuse to give out fucking housing. They have housing empty. They're completely, profoundly fucking insane. So you don't have to feel bad about the kill zone. Okay. Don't feel if you ever like went around and you saw it and you could just like meet people in Boston or any of these cities, right? And you just okay, so and then you find out what they do if they're working, and then you just go, "What the fuck is this?" Just like I did about Quincy. Um, okay. Kill zone, believe me, you're not gonna care. They already did all that. That's why there's a kill zone. They already did all that, right? Just you've got people that just gave themselves incomes and everybody else is a big fat fucking dumb dummy. And then they still refuse to stop keeping me a fucking hostage as they're on their free fucking ride. And then you see that they're trying to open up their own government and shit. And this business that the Wendy Williams folks were telling you about. It, I don't understand what this is. Because it's a progressive brain disease where it's like everybody has to have a caretaker or be a caretaker. Everyone has to have an advocate. You can't get Social Security anymore unless you have someone else takes power of attorney over you. What if it's a medical disability? You just go, what the fuck? Like they're literally like trying to have ownership of other people. They're just horrifyingly insane and sick. This may be the okay. I did that already. Killzone. Yeah, in terms of Almighty, I mentioned, was it a year or 2 years ago, that what I felt was going to happen was that God was going to slowly take everyone out of the disassociations that they were in to survive a Holocaust. Okay. Um, and then by the time those disassociations were going away, first, the people that have the nuclear material were brought out of their disassociation. And so they started nuking us. And then everyone else, I think, is being slowly brought out of it. And you go, what has just happened? Right. It's not that you're dumb, that you thought that these people were doing a transition plan. Okay, it's not that. It's that there is going to be a transition plan. It's so that you could understand what's going on now. And it seems like people do, and they're not in a panic about it. Because otherwise, people would have already been in the streets killing people by now. It like when Joey got mad at how we were acting when we were out there, that's God containing us. Right. Just even the way that that Greg Ryan guy was talking to me in front of other people and stuff, and no one started beating the fuck out of him. Right. That's God containing people. But once you go, okay, we want to keep our services on, because it can be very difficult to not just completely flip out when you go, why is my snap card off again? That's why I just try to avoid doing it. So maybe that's what those people would say if someone asked them. They might go, "This is basically like the fourth time I've been homeless." Yeah, like they may have been put. I have no idea. They could have put people in hotels before, and then they burnt the hotel down and moved them to another hotel, just like they were doing to people from the shelter. They were wickedly sick and insane. So, like they think that's a fun thing. And it was like an excuse to then put people in rooms together. They were trying to match people up as couples and stuff. It just gets more and more disgusting. Okay, so once you sort of come out of your disassociation, and it's like, yeah, part of it is the biological stress of the nukes, and then a lot of us, maybe some other people have been going back and forth, and then you go, these older people are about to die. And you made sure that you removed us out of her house that had no landlord and shit. I know you just go, what exactly would you be expecting us to do when you won't stop shutting our food off? Yeah, like we're not going to be tricked because it's almighty. We're not going to be tricked into storming into Taunton and Quincy. There isn't even anybody there, probably. I know you just go, I already went to Washington, D.C. I'm not interested in taking part in that. Some people already stormed the fucking Capitol. That's what I'm telling you. And then you started arresting them, and that was part of your show. We already were informed about it by what you did to those people. I explained it at the time. It was like you went fucking insane. Like you set up an event and then you literally acted like it was real and arrested people. Just like the George Floyd thing. You tried to do it to me in Dedham. There's something seriously fucking wrong with you. Right. So you just go, I'm not even calling them. That's how I was before. I usually go about 8 months. I think that's the longest I've gone. So you guys, you're gonna make it another 8 months. Did I say that before? Right. You just go, I don't know if you folks are gonna live another 8 months. It's been going on for 2 years now. It was 2 years last month that I'm pretty sure that's when they started doing it. Yeah. Were they doing it that summer? Were they doing it that summer, nuking you? It's possible. Like if I'm thinking about your weather patterns, it's possible. Yeah, I mean, it's possible they've been doing it in Quincy for a while. Yeah, especially given how sick people are out there and their brain loss. Um, but why would it take them that long to get lung cancer, though? They couldn't have been doing it that long. No, not like this. I mean, I'm in the same. I've gone back and forth there a couple of times, so um, there's been some hot summers, but I don't think it's the same thing. I'm pretty sure they just started doing it in 2022. Yeah. I mean, if anything, that summer, 2021. Yeah. Because I remember there was a tropical storm system. That's how I got put in the hotel because I had been sleeping outside and then I was on one of their waiting lists. And then I think Judy took care of it. They had no choice but to put me in something because it was a tropical storm. It's like their whole Massachusetts protocol. They couldn't leave me outside like that. So after the blizzard in January, it was like the next day they forced me out of the hotel. The cops knew that I wasn't dead or whatever. Like, right. It's not like the cop wasn't checking up on me. I don't mean it like that. I'm talking about the whole population was being assessed during those 2 months. I think they knew I was talking to people in the community, right? And you just go, like in your community in Quincy, right? You just go, you don't have empty housing here? Don't you have hotels and stuff here? Okay, wow. Nope, no one did. I explained it to you about Sandra. I should say Lupus Mary did, and then she drained me of any and all money I had, like she typically does. Um, she only let me stay there 2 nights, and then Sandra let me stay in her room 2 nights. She didn't do anything. She actually offered me money. I wouldn't take it. And she gave me the backpack and stuff. She seemed fine, right? But then she had told me what happened with Darlene. And then she did it to me. When she saw me at Star Market and she was with that Patrick guy, that Pat guy, then it was they two of them tried to rape me in his fucking room. Yeah. I was only there one night, obviously. And I lost my Roxy shopping cart because of that guy at Quincy Cab. He wouldn't let me put it in the trunk. It would have fit in the trunk. Lupus Mary gave it to me. The woman who owns Roxy Supermarket gave it to her. Right. So you basically stole the woman's shopping cart that was letting me use it. So I could have a shopping cart and push my stuff around. I feel you did it purposely. I don't think you give a fuck about Roxy's. That's why you're burying people, because I heard you talking to Sandra. And you feel it's your job to cart two disgusting drunks back and forth to rape homeless people. So, anyways, uh, the Virgin Mary. So, anyways, I'm not a prostitute and I don't steal people's shopping carts. So, that's why the thing works outside of Roxy's. They probably didn't care that people were using them, but she sleeps at the woman's fucking house. She was a friend of her. She's dead now. She's not sleeping there, but she spent nights at the woman's house. Anyways, um, right. Other than that, oh, Steven, when he was put in a room, he offered. I didn't take him up on his offer to do laundry. I don't think he offered to sleep in the room if I needed to do laundry. Because, of course, he didn't have coin operated laundry. That's when I found out that none of the other houses have that. That's when I found out because Sandra didn't have it and she had some weird washing machine that took like 3 hours to do a load of laundry. There was like something wrong with it. It would kept running and running and running. But anyways, they don't have that in that house. And Steven didn't have it at his place. So I can almost guarantee you that none of the other houses that they put people in have that. They completely did it purposely after giving me scabies in their shelter. Not I caught it somewhere else because everybody in the shelter was getting it. Sometimes it can be difficult to tell if it's a radiation rash or an allergic reaction. Yeah. Scabies is a allergic reaction, by the way. So, oh no, it was definitely scabies. So when you use, I don't know if it's like that with the other treatments, but when you use chrysanthemum oil, you can see it. Yeah, it looks like pepper. So, you can't see it when it's on you, only when they're dead. They like float up out of your skin, and some of them may not be black. I don't know if that's like the one that lays the eggs or it's the male or something. But now I'm gonna scratch, of course. Um, Usually you don't see anything, but I don't know what was going on with Brian. They said that was scabies. Maybe I don't know, man. I don't know if it's because it was under his shirt or something, right? Because you just go, how would we see a visible rash like that, though? I never had that in the daytime. Yeah, you would have never known I had it. That's I think most people it's like that. That's how you end up catching it. Because usually back in the day before this Norwegian scabies stuff, that's why I didn't even catch it from Brian. Yeah, it's really not easy to catch regular scabies. When I started hearing about scabies in the shelter, I was like, scabies? Okay. I know what scabies is from college. I didn't have it, but that's when I found out what it was. You basically have to roll around with the person naked in their bed sheets to catch scabies. Yeah, this Norwegian scabies, this crusted scabies business is new. It's because you're immune compromised. So, anyways, he said that Martin had scabies. I think Martin has a radiation rash, and he still has it. I saw him at like in August. This was like in May that Brian was telling me that. Yeah, he said that he showed up at his sleeping spot and that he had scabies. The two of them were talking about something to do with um, hitting up people and money and stuff because Brian's a con artist. I think he's probably a prostitute too and a con artist, and that's what he does. Yeah. I think he probably told that Greg Ryan guy that I was going to cover their food or something. He did the same thing with Martin. I think I bought Martin a bag of chips. I go, all right, I'll take you. I don't know if it's a scam that they run where they try to convince you to hand another person your SNAP food card. That's probably something that he does too. It's amazing he lasted in Quincy Center as long as he did doing that shit. He might be targeting certain people that won't report him to the cops or something. Yeah. Because yeah, I had to walk Martin over to a liquor store and buy him a bag of chips. I never hand anybody my SNAP food card. And then I buy Greg Ryan food too. I never hand anybody my SNAP card, no. So I think you probably really you have a mental illness if you're stealing people's SNAP food cards and not giving them back to them, especially. If you steal it and go down to what is it? I almost said Woods Mullen, and you go to Fields Corner, that's what they're saying they're doing it, and you're selling it to someone, and then you physically give the person their card back. Uh, you're scummy, but you're definitely not as scummy as like stealing it and not giving it back to them. So yeah, I don't know what happened to the one that he had. It had to be his card because he bought stuff with it. Yeah, they have PIN numbers. Yeah. Some of them, Jerry had someone else's Snap card once, so he knew the PIN number, but um, he had a Snap card and he said he had 300 and something on it. So, how the fuck would I know? I don't ask for people's. I'm not Delia Duffy. No. I wouldn't go, oh, can I see it? Anytime people say weird shit like that, do you actually let them do it? Oh, how much is on it? That's none of your, I just said that's none of your business. I know. It doesn't matter who you bring over here, Martin, Greg, Ryan, none of you people are getting your hands on my Snap food card. And you don't need to know what's on it. Right. People, I had someone ask me once for my receipt. That you know how they do that at Walmart? You ever go, how is that your fucking business? If you don't have an EBT card, you don't understand how fucked up it is that they're doing that. It says right on your receipt, and no, don't stop telling us the balance. You have to print out the balance so we can see it and we have a record of it. But the Walmart people, when you have an EBT card, it tells them if you get cash on your card or not, you know. I don't know if you know that. They're stopping people going, I need to look at your receipt when you just left a register that has fucking cameras and self checkout workers. Can I see your receipt? Why do you need to see my fucking receipt from right over there? And it says my food amount and if I get cash. That's the only store I know of that does that. I don't believe for a second that employees were stealing people's cash. Nope, I went over that. That's why I warned the police about it. It's the people at the DTA office, whether they broke into a DTA office or broke into a DTA computer, they did it. So, especially when they made up an excuse that someone has your, it doesn't even make any fucking sense. If you have your card, you don't need to get a new card, but you need to change your PIN. No, that's an admittance that you fucking did it. No one has seen my card and no one has my fucking PIN number. Right. So I'm sure it's the second that the cops saw that, they went, see, just like she said, they fucking did it. It is. It's just like she said, God won't let them even successfully fucking lie anymore. I don't even know if they were ever successfully lying, but God won't let them do it. That's why they put it on the website. I know you go, you are so fucking sick. You will no longer get this money because you did not cooperate with Social Security. Okay, why did you steal $600 from me? And why didn't you just take it all at once? Because you're fucked in the heads. Anyways, maybe that's a topic. Maybe we should talk about stealing fucking money or being fucked in the head, or maybe we'll pretend to be fucked in the head. That's our character, fucked in the head. And then we'll get to go on the talk shows and talk about being fucked in the head and breaking into federal offices and how that makes us feel and if we can go home. And just like the chick who's pretending she's a fucking hostage in Gaza. It's one thing when you're completely mentally insane. It's another thing when you're committing criminal acts and you're murderously insane. Lawrence High School basketball coach accused of sexually assaulting female students. 5 injured in head-on crash involving ambulance in Foxborough. Okay. Probably a nap, I think. I already said that once. Do you have anything on YouTube about the oh yeah, what's this? Um Maybe. Even though I just said I was gonna take a nap. DeSantis announces new deployment of oh, do this first. Then I'll shut the live stream off. Tonight's my last night of romaine hearts lettuce. I actually ate all that lettuce. None of it went bad. I ate all the European cucumbers. I finished them last night. So I've got two more full size cucumbers. And I'm almost done with the grape tomatoes. Yeah. So I have a butternut squash I want to start cooking because I like butternut squash. So I'll probably have salad to finish up the lettuce. And just do like I did last night. I'll probably just cut up the steak and cook it. I think I'm out of peppers. I used all the peppers. Just sometimes. If I might stop putting some of the broccoli in it since I don't have any peppers. Unless there's a pepper in that bag. I started finally going into the bag from the produce from last week. I ate the fruit though. I still have two cauliflowers I have to cook too. I know because Friday is the beginning of Carb Week. So got one more week before Carb Week. Some stuff lasts a lot. It lasts a lot longer than you think it does. In the wintertime, it seems like it lasts longer too. Like apples and oranges last quite a bit of time, but I've been eating them because I didn't have any bananas. Um, like even broccoli will last a couple of weeks, I've noticed. I did end up having to get rid of two radishes, but most of them I ate. Those I didn't think a radish would ever actually spoil. I was kind of surprised. Carrots last forever. Cabbage, especially if a refrigerator is cold enough, that's one of the things they used to give you like full heads. Something was going on with the farmers where they were giving us huge heads of cabbage at the food pantry. It was like every time. You could only go every 2 weeks then. And it was like huge heads of cabbage. And there was that refrigerator that used to be in the basement of the house that was real cold. You could keep a cabbage like that in there for months. Yeah, cabbage is one of those things. I like cabbage because it's crunchy. Governor Ron DeSantis announces new deployment of National Guardsmen, Highway Patrol. Okay, is this? It says to the border, right? Let's see if there's any audio. Well, that's what I said about certain things that other people determine. Like, say that they felt that the population was ready to see people in different uniforms than police officers, or if it was becoming too dangerous for uniformed police officers. Okay. Um, right. Like, say that they felt that they needed people to have an understanding about military presence, like I explained about like military parades in Quincy and Plymouth that I observed. I'm not sure the public really understood that was going on. Okay. I find it makes people feel safer and keeps them calmer. But it's one of those things where a population has to be kind of aware of what's going on, or they interpret it the wrong way. Right. It may have seemed probably in 2020, why didn't they get rid of cops and just have the military? I think the population was already flipping out. There's certain things over like history that people study about what populations actually do. So they may have tried that somewhere in a city because they've been doing this business overseas before too. And so they know what populations do. And it actually would have made people worse, right? Like then they would have gone, we're at a war and blah, 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 blah. And then yeah, you would think that they would have calmed down, but when things are escalated to that degree, uh, it, whatever was going on, um, they did this after 9/11. I don't know if people remember that, where they had at least I don't know if I ever saw it, but I remember hearing about it because I was extremely sick. I was pregnant at the time. That they had like armed military people at airports. Um, Apparently, that helped to keep the population calm. I'm sure that's why they were there. It was just to like people go, okay, well, someone's doing something about something. Okay, like I don't know what if they thought that the police were supposed to be doing more than they do or something. Okay. Well, um they're peacekeepers, and then you go, well, the situation is that your court system is right. The people that were running your court system, they're not well mentally. Okay, so I think some of that was attempted to be cleared up last year, and it seemed to, I wasn't involved in your courts ever before in my life. Okay, so I was dragged into one of your courtrooms and just went. I watched people literally degrade and morph and change their verbiage and stuff right in front of my eyes. It was like surreal. So I think that they got the disease where they thought they were in control of the nuclear material. Okay, so right, but you can't have a population just going, "There's no court, so nobody has a right to arrest us." I'm not sure that's actually true. Yeah, I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of your laws, but I think reasoning clearly works because if this is viewable, and remember when I discussed with the public about the shopping, I feel that just addressing the population actually works. I really do. So, in terms of staying calm so that your services don't get shut off, right? There was a big issue in 2020, and then um, if it makes sense, like if you thought that they were gonna go on a TV and like, I don't know, act like I was acting at the train or something, or like I was acting at that store in Framingham, they don't do that. No, they would act more like I was acting like at the hotel, which is not acting, by the way. Just my demeanor at the hotel. Okay. Just a reminder in case you wonder what I'm talking about if you weren't at the hotel. I was only there for 3 weeks, and the room I was in was right down the hall from one of the offices. They took various hotel rooms and then called them their office. They just put a desk in them. They took the bed out and put a desk in, and then pegged the door open, and that's their office. Except in the winter, I guess the door was probably closed when it was cold out. So, when they left the office and were screaming at hostages, I could hear it. Yeah. Sometimes I use headphones, but with the TV and stuff, I guess I wasn't using headphones as much. And so I could hear them screaming at other hostages. Okay. So you would think that a person might flip out and just like open the door and start screaming back at them. I just call it Almighty God because you're kind of stunned about what the heck's going on, right? So, it sometimes sounded like they were chasing these people down the hall, following them down the hall, screaming at them. Uh, so some of them, it seemed like they were actually learning to just ignore them or scream back at them. Not scream back at them, but right, I think, yeah, it was not good at all. So I don't know what her experience was at the hotel. She wasn't on the same floor probably that I was on because I don't remember really, other than when the fires. I don't remember ever seeing her until the fires. So she might have been like on the 3rd floor or something. I don't remember ever seeing her or talking to her until the fires. And we didn't speak, but I remember seeing her and I heard her talking and that she was a troublemaker. Right. I could hear her talking about someone in that same way she was talking about Nicole. So that's my experience with her. I know it's the same person. When people look a certain way and you can tell their voice talking, okay. So she doesn't remember. It's not like we met and spoke. It's just she clearly didn't remember me being at the hotel. So, then there was the fires, and I was not reacting to the fires either. Right. So I guess if you only know me from the train, then you'd probably be surprised to hear that. Right. Or the house they put me in where that woman was yelling at me. So it just depends on the situation. I think it's somewhat unusual for me to flip out like that at the train. I don't know if I was really flipping out, other than, you know, really. So a lot of people, it depends on how many people have been put through the meat grinder for 15 years, are going to actually be more calm. The concern was that nobody was doing anything. Okay. Not people are afraid of what's being done. It's just, it's understood because if you're in a war, I mean, people were talking about Vladimir Putin's got Satan too and stuff. I think they knew that they had nuclear weapons. I mean, when you go to war with another country, what are they going to set up a buffer zone in Europe? Right. I'm sure most people prefer this over traditional bombs. Uh, One of the nights when I walked back from Quincy and there was a big storm last summer, I don't know if people remember this. It was like boom, like you would have thought a bomb went off. And I remember thinking in my mind, and I think I went on to the thing. I don't know if it's on Rumble because I was using Rumble then. I don't think I could live stream. I think I was using Rumble and the Facebook no one can see. And maybe a YouTube videos, I'm not sure. But I was talking about how if they ever just decided to just get rid of Quincy, it would be just like that, like a traditional bomb. It would, even though it's 7 miles away, you have the Blue Hills and stuff, so you would hear like a big crash like that, like it sounded that night. We had a couple of times there was thunderstorms, and I had to walk back here. Remember the night I had to walk back here, and that dude didn't even call to see if I made it back here safe or anything? Oh yeah, just anyways, there was a big boom like right after I walked into the house. I wasn't still outside, and I totally remember thinking in my mind, I know I'm saying it again. It would be just like that. They could literally level that place, and 7 miles away, you wouldn't know it. Right. So, is it because they requested the National Guard? Okay, so they're giving you a response because I don't have like a National Guard. I can't just go, all right, and now here's the National Guard. Right, just you just go, okay, what is it you want? Okay. Um, well, it is Truth TV, so in my opinion, it seems a reason why you have National Guard in Brockton. Okay, because people might have been going, I don't understand what's going on. Um, right. I saw people that appeared to be in the military down in Wollaston Beach this last summer when I was out there. Before I think it was before I left the shelter because why would it? Yeah, if it was Wollaston Beach, that means it was like May at the latest because I left the shelter on May 17th. So I always take my walk down there. So if it was like it was so warm in April, I was probably doing it in April. So it could have been April or May. I remember seeing them and I gave a whole speech. I don't think I had the phone yet about welcome to hell because if you've not been deployed in an area like this, um, yeah, I don't know what it's like in the rest of the land piece. Just um, anyways. clearly a problem population. So I don't know what goes on in Brockton. Right. I'm sure there's people that have been out in Brockton. There's veterans out in Brockton. They have a whole shelter for veterans. So, and they've been housing people out there for a long time. So you could have people that used to be police officers and stuff that were put in rooming houses out there. So, yeah, it sounds like a good reason why there's people would accept that as a reason why the National Guard is in Brockton, Massachusetts. So, I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes I know sometimes they have to keep food supplies going and stuff too. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. But um, I know they went through a whole thing up in Washington D.C. So uh, they may have went Mary. That's not going to work. Or they just went. We did that for a time, and then um, we couldn't maintain doing it, or something. Yeah, because it's like I said. Were they charging them for the stuff? Were they saying it's because they didn't have any way to afford to bring the food in? Yeah. Well, that's how you find out. Because I questioned it about Quincy, right? You just go, when people have certain things, the behaviors they're doing, you go, you have to be kind of mentally ill to do that much shopping, right? So you go, I guess, I mean, is a grocery store really different than a food truck, honestly? I know some people made up though they do a lot of pre-made meals at some of these grocery stores, so I guess you don't really need a food truck, right? They don't have grocery stores in Washington D.C. though. Okay. If something ever happened and your grocery store is closed, okay, uh, you would have to have the National Guard probably distributing food. Yeah. So it just depends on the area. Like, if you had a place like Quincy, it depends on where their workers were coming from. If their workers have gotten too sick, it's difficult to expect essential workers to keep traveling in there. Yeah, so some people, as much as that sucks, especially if they've been somewhere where they're not being nuked a lot, you go, how long is this going to go on for? Well, I'm hoping to have it wrapped up by March 19th, but I would think that you people know the answer to that, especially if you're going quote unquote out there and you're going to see what the condition of the people are. So someone knows how long people are going to live when they've received that much REMS in a short amount of time. So, uh, right, because some people have been, especially after Washington D.C. Baby, if people got sick that were there in 2022. Remember, there was people live streaming from there. Were they actually there at the time? Okay. Uh, I don't believe to be ill at all, and I know that it's my exposure can't be really as much as the people that are living in Quincy or the people that have been living in Washington D.C. based on the amount of time. But um, right, like remember how I said that people usually come out and show up at the library and stuff like Joey did and Karen did. So, yeah, someone would know if those people have been like ill in the rooming houses and stuff in Quincy, and that's why they weren't there because it was summertime too. You go kind of like not that many people around, even at the concerts. Did the people of Quincy not know about the summer concerts? Okay. They had that farmers market thing that I didn't show up for because I had to go to the food pantry. Remember that? Was that the day that Brian called the thing? Or that was a different weekend? Not a farmers market, but it was something like that. They were having some sort of event. Did people show up for that? It would begin to become suspect if all of a sudden the people of Quincy aren't showing up for events. Right. That's one of your clues, especially in the summertime. In the winter, it's not as noticeable. Uh, um, I'd say that Hancock Liquors has a pretty heavy schedule too of shoppers. That Fours place, because when I was on the ground in 2022, it was every single night people were going to that bar right there. What is that's not the Fours, but what's that bar that's a couple doors down from the DTA office? Every night there was people in there from those apartments behind the Fours. Every single night they were in there. You go, how are these people affording to do that? How do you think they're affording to do it? They don't understand why they were flushed with money like that, but they might understand it now. It's getting darker now. So I guess they have some National Guard troops from other states. Okay. So, well, they're saying the border. So we'll find out where they're going. Are they going to Taco Bell? I hope they're not talking about Taco Bell because these I think there's one in Quincy, yeah. It's on the way to North Quincy unless they got rid of it. It's with the KFC. We don't have Taco Bell out here that I know about. There's no Taco Bell in Dedham. I don't think there's a Taco Bell in High Park either. Uh, so that's something I should do during Carb Week. But I mean, not only is it carbs, do you know how much salt is in taco seasoning? You can get a low salt one, but I'm sure it's probably still crazy salt. So it's not even so much about the carbs at that point, but the salt. I know. I'm supposed to be taking a nap before it gets too late. So let's see what else he's going to say. Is this because I said something about just, yeah, you ruined my Mussolini? Did you see that video last night? The Battle of Mattapan? Yeah. So, well, in terms of him saying that the federal government failed, it doesn't mean you don't have a federal government. Okay. So every time you start getting antsy, like, I think what it is it's not really that you're angry that there's still law enforcement. So don't convert it into that. You're angry because you're going, I don't understand what the fuck this is. It's been explained to you several times. You have people that got mentally insane and they overtook your government. They were trying to take over your country. Right? It's not a secret coded thing. So things like fear and anger, okay, but right, somebody's already taken care of it. So you might have just be coming out of a disassociation and you're going, is that what those people are saying when they demanded the police be gone? Okay. No, like you probably understand it now, but you didn't understand it then. Right. Because you have to have that perception. You have to have like a perception that you have people can get arrested because that helps control primates. It's just a built-in mechanism. They don't want to be arrested. They don't want to go to jail. So they understand when you go, okay, well, unfortunately, your court's being sick like that doesn't mean you can't be arrested and put in jail. New laws can be made, and they already did it in Massachusetts with the putting you in jail for 3 days because they already knew that your hospitals were, they already knew that. People sometimes prefer the police than the military because then you're really going to start getting mentally confused. Yeah, because some of the concepts about things I think people don't understand. Like, isn't this a standing army in a time of peace? We're not in a time of peace. We're not in a time of peace. Okay. Like, it's a 15-year attack on the United States of America. It's not a time of peace. Okay. It's basically like a completely peaceful, quote unquote, war because people that took over your country did it like by secret and stuff because obviously the citizens here didn't vote to get rid of the United States of America. That's not what they voted for. Some people voted because they thought that we were going to be able to just get rid of work and get rid of a government and be free. And then it became obvious there was a whole population of people here that aren't going to do that. Right. So they're being euthanized. Right. So when you start getting that antsy feeling, that's what it is because I experienced some of it myself. Yeah. And you just go, well, what if these people have literally been trying to murder people like Mary keeps explaining it to us and have murdered people? Do we really want those people to believe there's no law enforcement? No. Okay? You absolutely don't because it's thermonuclear weapons. That doesn't mean that they're not just out in the public still, dangerous. Okay, so I believe that God is restraining them too, but clearly having a law enforcement presence helps. And then every once in a while, you get a little blip like I witnessed out in Quincy. And then probably by now, it's completely calm out there again. Right. So some of that is like regular, just weird sex offenders and druggy crimes. That has nothing to do with people are flipping out because they realize that thermonuclear weapons are being used and they're just stuck here and can't do anything about it. Right, like, that's not the same thing as that. Or someone took over your capital, and they've just been printing themselves money, as other people are just, for no reason, being denied things, and some people have been through a meat grinder. Okay, so, yeah, I mean, some of us have known people that have literally died during this time because of the conditions, the purposeful denying of medical care and stuff. It's terrible. Okay, just people have probably committed suicide in record numbers and stuff. It's terrible. The stress that every people have been put through and stuff, trying to figure out what the hell's going on back and forth, da da da. Right. So, um, right. It's just we'll know when day one the housing and approve every stipend happens. Okay, that's your transition plan in terms of the stuff that your government and your military, your citizens would have to deal with anyways. But you had a situation at the same time where you were having basically almost like a civil war and a hostile takeover of your country. Your citizens were being literally attacked by your own citizens and probably foreign investors, as they call it. Both of those things were going on at the same time. So, uh, right, and God had it contained up until a certain point, and then it's still being contained, but in terms of people being aware of what was going on. Obviously, back in 2008 with Occupy Wall Street, people were explaining it to you what was going on. So the main states were like California, Nevada, and Florida. So I was in Florida, and this isn't Florida. So it may have taken Massachusetts a long time to realize what was going on around them. Okay. Clearly, they've had hostages. Okay. But I guess because I don't know what it is that you have drug addicts and stuff mixed in with it because I'm not a drug addict. So I don't know if there was like mix ups about that. And then when I went to Florida in 2018, I explained it to you because that's one of the states where they took all of our houses. They just built more shelters. They put teenagers in separate shelters from their parents. Okay. It's just when I saw those trailers on Sanibel Island, I just went, at that time, don't you want to just crawl into a blanket and die? I know you just go, how is this happening? Apparently, those people thought that was a safe zone because of six minors. It's that disgusting. And then whoever else they felt they were holding hostage there. Okay, so never in a day. Whatever happened in Puerto Rico, they were told to come here, and they completely wouldn't do it, and they went to Florida. Okay. And then when I showed up there, like I told you in 2018, they said they didn't have the resources for me. They were responding to a private US citizen after doing what they did to me. That was their response. Like the DTA office did it, they did it. They're mentally ill. I'm not your president. I'm a private US citizen. I'm the Virgin Mother. I'm not your president. So they levied war against a private US citizen. So and dug themselves a deeper and deeper hole, which I'm sure is evident to a lot of them now. You can only say that God put them in some sort of a delusion too, where they thought I was like your leader. So, sound familiar? Okay, so it's not something where monsters kill me for you and then you hit a great restart and then everybody acts like you didn't just have the Virgin Mother murdered and I'm a Nazi and I'm Kevin Spacey or I'm Donald Trump. So they probably thought that they were reliving history in the hotel in Dorchester. This is staff. The governor, because as soon as they were told on a TV that the governor was in a bunker, why would your governor be in a bunker? Is that a fun game? And then you force me out of a hotel room and say you're the staff? Like you're assassins coming to kill me? Why'd you put me in room 112? Completely fucking bonkers. Calf cramps because I didn't do my walk. Every time. And I had my legs bent. That's what happens too. But yeah, my legs are. It's not that they're bent, but you have to. They have to be like flat, like this. You can put a blanket under them, but if you have them up on your feet like this, you're gonna get calf cramps and possibly hamstring cramps. I didn't drink enough water yesterday. Yeah, and I'm here today talking and still not drinking enough water. It's always on and off day, just like I said. Yeah, it's just something that my body does. It's almost like I don't know. It's the weirdest thing, like walking actually uh, with this whole kidney thing. Sometimes I wonder that, but it's probably just my body goes, why am I not walking? Like, as it stretches out my calves when I walk. I'll be fine. It's not till 10:15. I definitely have to cook that steak tonight. I don't have a choice. Yeah, even if I fell asleep, I'm not going to sleep the whole night from 5 o'clock. That's crazy. I usually, when I fall asleep in the day like this, at most I sleep like an hour. I've noticed. Uh, like sometimes if I had a good meal, like if I did a workout or whatever and had a good meal, and just as soon as I fall like right to sleep, I don't really feel like that. But excuse me. I have enough pistachios tomorrow to boil them again. I gotta wash them and boil them, but they're already shelled, and I could do the same thing. So it might actually taste a little bit better cold. Yeah, but either way, so we'll see if they have walnuts tomorrow. Those are unsalted, so you can eat them raw with raisins, just like the peanuts. That's what I was doing last winter. Are they able to train any of those veterans that they put in housing out there to be in for the National Guard? They're supposed to be veterans, those people. I remember Blair telling me they put him in Gateway and he just never corrected them about it, that he wasn't even a veteran. Were they ever putting people in veterans housing that aren't even veterans? Like because they thought they were a veteran in a previous? Anyway, so um, were they? I would say I kind of know the answer to this, but they might lie now. Uh, would they say that they didn't think that they were waging a war against the United States of America? Or were they consciously waging a war against the United States of America? Like when you started buying foreclosures in 2008 and 2009, did you know that you were waging war against the United States of America and its citizens, the people that were doing that? Right? Like, was Barack Obama not your president? Was George Bush not your president? Like, do you not believe in presidents like Republicans or Democrats? Is that all a bunch of nonsense that dumb people pay attention to? Okay. Because both of those presidents told you that the banks were paying off the debt, that the people paid off the banks, I should say. Right. The government can't pay anybody. That's the people's money. Like, did you believe that were you ever saying words and phrases like that, that it's the people's money? Then why wouldn't this people have an income? That's for a select group of you because some of you had to have come from that school of thought, as they call it, right? Obviously, not my first go round. So, would you say that you developed some sort of a thought idea that it's the people's money, not the government has a right not to give certain people money? Then why are you doing it to me? You have dementia and you're insane. That's why. Um, Either George Bush or Barack Obama has to be your president. Okay. So, which one was your president, George Bush or Barack Obama? Because they both told you that the banks were being paid off by the people of the United States of America, with me being one of them. I'm a people of the United States of America. I was a people of the United States of America in 2008 and 2009. I even voted. Okay. So, how was my house not paid off in terms of your topics? I'm explaining to you treason and crimes against humanity. Some people still want to know how they're keeping me a hostage and how they're guilty of treason and crimes against humanity. Because I definitely feel it helps keep the population calm when they go, oh my God, I did do that. Because what else are you going to say with what's going on? Okay. It's not just me. You clearly millions of people were foreclosed on. That may not have happened in Massachusetts, but it happened in California, Nevada, and Florida. That's where I was living. I was a homeowner there. So, did you know at the time when you were buying foreclosures, okay, when you were foreclosing on people, say that you issued a foreclosure to 10550 Arrow Tree Boulevard, did you know that you were waging war against the United States of America and its people? That's a question. There's supposed to be a Facebook page. I'm waiting for it to be fired back up so that you can leave some sort of a comment. I don't even care if it's dashes and slashes. There's supposed to be a thing on phones at least. I don't know. I don't think the laptops have it. where you press a microphone and you talk and it leaves a thing on Facebook or Twitter. You don't even have to be able to see or talk. I mean, type. If you forgot how to spell and stuff, you just talk. It's not a trick question. People just want to know. It's a question for you to get to understand what's going on. Okay. So clearly over the course of 15 years, there's been people that have explained it. So eventually you don't know something. Even if you felt you didn't know something, you're still criminals. You might be insane, but you're still criminals. I know myself, even from 2008 and 9, I was talking about it. Okay. And I wasn't in foreclosure at that time. Okay. So, um, just so you know, not that it's really going to matter anymore, but other people might say, oh, God. But I don't know if they go around going, that's not my president. And these celebrities that said they're going to move somewhere if they are the president, you contributed to the problem because people that are not cognitively with it listen to you, right? So that's why sometimes people tell celebrities to shut up because they understand that there's people that are aggressive and mentally retarded. And in the stuff that you're saying, you don't even do. You say words that are not actions. And they don't say words, but they do actions like attack me in my home and take my children because that's not their president. And then they look at an insurance card and go, we don't take your insurance because that's not their president. They can't do Obamacare. I didn't even vote for him. Okay. I volunteered on the McCain Palin ticket, as I've explained many times. But when someone's your president, he's your effing president, you just live by that. You're allowed to complain of your mouth. It's called free speech. But when you have insurance like that and you just aren't going to take it, you're a criminal. I explained the entire process within your constitution of what to do, and you absolutely refuse to do it. So, was somebody else advising you that you didn't have to do what Mary said to do? That's the only way you can do it. It's within your constitution to do it, not what you've done. What you're doing didn't involve anything about illegally foreclosing on people, by the way. I'm talking about the other thing about if you decided that your government is bad to its means and you don't like this whole system, you don't like democracy, and you refuse to leave our country. Not only do you refuse to leave our country, some of you keep pouring in here with these wild ideas in your heads, which is nothing but violence when it comes down to it. Okay, so I don't know if some of you just there was a disconnect between people talking but abiding by US laws because it's free speech. Like someone like George Clooney has a right to say, I support this person for president. Okay. But if that person doesn't win an election, he doesn't go around going, well, we don't know because his person won the election, but if his person didn't win the election, right? Say that you didn't want universal health care. Okay. You can't just go around telling people they don't have to accept people's health insurance. So was someone advising you people that you could do that? It's universal health care. That was one of the things I began discussing with you on Facebook when you could still comment to me. And this is what you said to me: is Jesus going to pay for that, Mary? Because you didn't like me bringing up the biblical aspect of it, I guess. It's the United States of America and God we trust. It's a Christian nation. I mean, if you don't believe in Jesus and you're not, that's not even a Christian, but if you don't believe in Jesus or biblical concept, okay. But you had to write, is Jesus going to pay for that, Mary? And that doesn't click anything in your head. Did that person commit suicide? Because why would I say that didn't click anything in your head? Is Jesus going to pay for that, Mary? I think they're just going to pay for it through the government. It's universal health care. And then on the other hand, when there was a governmental shutdown and I supported that action, you folks told me on Facebook that you had children with cancer, and how are they going to get cancer treatment without a government? How are they going to get cancer treatment without a government? Lawyers are not doctors. The government gives children cancer treatments, or people do that are generally not the government. Anyways, you were told not to use the 14th Amendment in your case for the marriage law, and you did exactly that. So, anyways, well, it's happening to all of us, but what happens when you don't? I wouldn't call myself Jesus. I don't consider myself Jesus. Don't even get me going. I'm Mary. I can't be Mary and Jesus. Okay, so is Jesus going to pay for that, Mary? He will if he's told to. So, is that why they have a day shelter? Okay. They don't seem to get it that they're the quote unquote enemy. Did someone else take over the place and now it's a day shelter? Let's hope to God so, because I don't know, because it's a familiar name or something. Okay. Because yeah, I don't know if they've got people camping in the woods or something. Okay. Just, I'm not negating a day shelter, but you go, a day shelter. Why don't these people have housing? It's a city. And no, I've never been offered a campsite either. That's what I'm telling you. And then someone generated some story that families were being put on campsites. Okay. Can you see sort of how that's my question, if that's being done on purpose? Are you being purposefully psychotic? Okay. Or it's got something to do with your brains dying and being primates. I birthed 6 children that were all minors when I was flown up here on a one-way ticket. Okay? I had 6 minors, right? You just go, you've got to stop breeding. You've absolutely got to stop breeding. You need to buy condoms if you're not going to get a vasectomy. If there's no one available, can Managed Health provide vasectomies? Okay. Most of those people out there don't even use condoms, so good luck. They need vasectomies. They'll take money for it. Okay, do you know what these people do for money? Okay. But the males and the females will both agree to be sterilized for money. They do anything for money. Okay. They agreed to put face masks on and murder me. That's what that Ray guy said, right with me standing there. Then he attempted to rape me. That was another one. So they'll do anything for money, those folks. I don't know. Maybe people would say the same thing about Brockton. I have no idea. But definitely these people out in Quincy. Do doctors, this is just like a random nonsense question. I don't know if this is somebody else's question because I really hate world system things. Do doctors have a competitive career field? Anybody that was against universal healthcare, like what was your excuse? Because you clearly just want other people to suffer. There's something going wrong in the machinery. Okay, so like, do doctors have a competitive career? Like a model or an actor or an athlete, or like people that do the stock market? Because generally the nonsense is no one will be a doctor anymore because you won't make any money. What money would they want? $250,000 a year, $350,000 a year, then that's what they'd be paid. Have you ever heard of something called the VA? Is the VA like a universal healthcare? Okay. Talk about money expenditures. I could see people being worried about massive fraud and people being over procedured because that's exactly what happened, right? Um, right, because they just committed mass fraud. Not they were going to make less money. Everyone wanted to work for the VA. I remember when I went to get a dental assisting certificate, I learned about the VA. You could pretty much work for the VA, and it's like you're a dentist when you're a dental assistant. It's a hard work to get into. I That's where I would have tried to work was the VA because of it. Not you make less money. So I kind of doubt doctors were against universal health care. And then you have all these people spouting off nonsense about it that probably aren't doctors, but they're just wackadoodles who don't want everybody to have health care. That's a prized possession that you have that someone else doesn't have, like food. That's what you're at now. Quick. And they don't even want peanuts, but you're going to make sure Muriel Gore doesn't get them because that's competitive. It it doesn't really matter because of what's going on and the hospitals being closed, but before that, were there any people that were then trying to prevent people from getting that medication that they found out by people like myself explaining to them a diet and an exercise program? Were they then trying to prevent those people from getting medication? Were they telling those people they don't take their insurance? I don't see how they couldn't have been doing that. When you're so deranged, you're trying to throw me to the street so you can force feed me salt and deny me my other foods and my rest. You're going to try to tell me that you weren't going do, and then going, oh, we don't take your insurance. So a person with a liver like that can't get the medication to reduce it. I don't believe that for a second. You had to have been doing that. So just horrifying psychotic insanity that at its root, it's probably primates trying to dominate people when those people themselves have no physical prowess or intellect. It's just based on a whole group of retarded, ugly people, like I said, and they keep thinking they're going to use an executive force to help them. So I'm sure that becomes taxing on anybody that's in the executive force, right? So stop calling 911. Uh, I'm not sure, like as an example, because I don't want to tell you something that's wrong. I'm not a law enforcement officer. I'm just repeating what I saw on Twitter. So they were saying something about people were trying to test out their phone service by calling 911, like is for an emergency call. That's not an emergency call. Right. If that's, I think, what they're saying. If someone shut off your phone service and and you tried to call someone, why would you then call 911 when you don't have an emergency? That's what it sounds like they were doing. I know you just go, right. Is that what they were doing? Use a landline to call. Did you pay your bill? Someone did that to me on an Assurance wireless phone in 2020. Just all of a sudden, the phone service was shut off for no reason. It's called criminal insanity. That's not 911's fault. I never called 911 and went, "Why is my phone off?" 911 is an Assurance wireless. Well, I explained some of that. Something happened in 2020 where some people, I would assume it's opportunity, but yeah, because you go, that's just like freaky weird, whatever that was. Yeah, just I don't want to keep talking about it, to be honest with you. Just it's probably really that part of it is probably related to the fact that Karen Corbett texted me. Yep, that was the last time I remember using that phone because nobody from out there contacts me. She went all the way from August to November, and she may not have realized she was texting me. She probably sent like a group text to everyone in her phone because it was Thanksgiving. That's how I remember. So, right, and I just asked her if she was still in Quincy and if she needed anything that I could go out there, and she said no. She said she was still in Quincy and no, she didn't need anything, and that was the end of it. And then after that, sometime after that, they shut that phone off that a person gave me in 2019. That's why I said I had it for probably not exactly a year. She gave it to me right before I was put in the room. That was when Assurance Wireless went into the shelter to give out phones. I'm in a shelter destitute with a valid mass photo ID that says that's my address, the shelter. So that was the end of it with Assurance Wireless in terms of the military. Okay. Like that's criminally insane. That's absolutely criminally insane. He said they weren't giving phones out to people at that address anymore. It's a homeless shelter. Who do you give phones out to? So other Mary's photo ID must have said a different place because she didn't update it to the shelter, and they handed her a phone when she already had a phone with phone service on it. and she gave it to me. That's how insane they are. This past time, before I went out to Quincy, I got to change my browser because it wouldn't work online. It still won't. That Brian Buchanan person, when he had his phone, offered to let me apply for it through his phone. They wouldn't do it. I did it in New Mexico. I went to a tent in New Mexico. I've been to tents in Massachusetts. I explained it. They 100% put me on some kind of like terror watch list to prevent me from getting a cell phone while keeping me hostage up here after taking my children in my house. That's called criminally insane. I explained to these people some years ago when they thought that the cell phones were giving people brain cancer. It means pH, not cell phones. So at first, I guess I thought it was because of that. So that might have been a disassociation when it wasn't even that. Yeah, like I thought that that's why they were doing it. And then you go, why does every other person have a cell phone though? Right. So they yeah, I mean, you got to know you're criminally insane when you do something like that, and only you folks know why you did it. But you probably don't know why you did it, right? So God's clearly telling you something, right? I don't know if you people had a stroke and your brain's dying because it has to do with the pH in your brain. It has to do with the brain plague. Okay. Uh, and that it should have never made sense to be doing that. Just all of a sudden, a private US citizen can't have a cell phone when she has no phone. It's everybody who gets a snap card. And you kept inventing new things I had to present to you because you knew I didn't have documentation. So then every time I got the documentation, you made up another thing. The only reason I have that phone is because that Luquette person had to apply for it for me. Okay, so really, really, really sick. Like a complete denial about what's happening on your planet. Does it seem like that's I know you just go, it's not from the cell phones. Like it's debatable if cell phones can cause brain cancer, but I'm pretty sure that what you're experiencing is a brain plague, and it means pH. This well, it's probably cloudy. The sky doesn't seem as red as it did the last week. When you folks started buying up pre foreclosures and foreclosures in Nevada, California, and Florida, did you not know that that was treason? when at dis I don't know if anyone else knows because I wasn't around when this shit was going on at my house. Could you imagine? Just I'm sure the stuff that they've done to people over 15 years. Say that you haven't been subject to this stuff. Did you know that they show up at the person's house outside like that and heckle them? Did you know they were doing that? Okay, because this is Massachusetts. This isn't California, Nevada, or Florida. Okay. Did you know that they were doing that to people? Like, say that someone went out and just killed them all. Should that person go to jail, do you think? I don't know. I kind of doubt that police officers were even arresting people doing that, but it's good for people not to be told that. But I did warn those people to stop doing it. They seem extremely mentally ill to me, and I told the woman that. So it's a little bit disturbing um, that in August of 2023, you have at least one person in Quincy, Massachusetts who doesn't understand that. So she could be in danger herself. I don't know what she does with her day to day. She's not in danger by me, but for her to actually be talking to me like that, um, she seems completely out of it. Okay, just um, I don't believe legally if you were to talk to your actual government, okay, you if you talk to actual like law enforcement, the military, even judges, um, if you actually have a right to show up at a person's residence like that and heckle them and say you're doing it because you're auctioning their house that's in a foreclosure, there is no reason why you need to be at the property. When you're aware that the people are still living there and you're not viewing the interior of the property, you're not at a house showing. Okay, so those are seriously mentally ill people. I don't know how long people were doing that, but if like you as people, say you were on a jury, which is how your system is supposed to function. If you were on a jury and like you went through the whole thing because it was that was the situation where a people's home was foreclosed, okay, and they were still living in it because they'd be homeless, and it took a while for the process, and then they got to the point of auctioning it, and so they because the house isn't sold to another person yet, the bank foreclosed it, right? That's why it would be in an auction because a bank bought it. Because why else would you be having an auction at someone's home? So you're not a private person who bought a foreclosure. You're some sort of a company, okay? And then you show up at someone's house like that. Say that because I told the person this, if you had a firearm and you came out of the house and shot you all dead, do you think a jury on this land piece would send that person to jail? And would that matter to you if you're dead in the ground? If you're doing something that can get you murdered because what you're doing is so insane to people, your response is I need mental health care. That was the supposedly what the lawyer told me. The woman said she still didn't get it after that entire thing, nor did this person saying she's a lawyer. A person has to go before a jury in a murder trial. Is that the difference between assault and battery and murder? Anyways, Say that you did that, right? And the father of the house came out and you arrested the father of a house and put him in jail to leave a mother and children vulnerable like that. Would you deserve to be killed by thermonuclear weapons? Like, at what point are people not dumb in some of the weird behaviors that are going on? When you know that a person is completely destitute and is already applied for housing, say that you know anyone in any of the housing authorities that I applied for, and I wasn't all over the World Wide Web, okay? And you know that I'm destitute, that your government will not give me an income, okay? I can't get a man to divorce me to get my alimony. My children were taken. I'm not getting any DTA cash. I have no income at all. And I've already gone through all of the process because it's 2019. And in 2016 and 2017, I applied for housing to like 5 towns in Massachusetts. I went through the whole Social Security process is over. I'm out in New Mexico. They won't help me either. And then you show up at a house I'm in to heckle us? Why would you need to foreclose and sell that house and throw me out to the street given those conditions? And I need mental health care? No, I need thermonuclear nuclear weapons. That's what I need. I don't need mental health care because I am one woman. I'm a private US citizen and I don't have a firearm. Okay. And there are people that are entrusted to defend and protect me, along with people all over a planet. Not I need mental health care. So I don't know if the people in Brockton are just helping the public understand about having a more of a military presence. It doesn't mean it's opposed to police office. They may have both. But if they were having a problem where people thought they didn't have to listen to police officers, they're going to listen to the US military. And if they have to bring an international military here, they'll listen to them too. They could easily train people from China and put them in a US Army uniform. Usually, people stop that nonsense when someone is fully armed and in a military uniform. They usually stop that insanity. Those people are peacekeepers in a different manner, right? If they were having an issue where people were still doing that nonsense that the police couldn't arrest them, okay, then that's why you would have issues like that. And just all this business about all these presumed rights when you've committed a Holocaust here. You're in a state of emergency, the whole state of Massachusetts. I'm going to look it up. I'm pretty sure it's since 2020. If there's people in Brockton that are living in fear because, like we saw in Washington, D.C., it's not to cause more of an uproar. It's just if those people are still in a denial, then they can go, why are there military people everywhere? Get it? Sometimes I think that helps. They don't even have to really be doing much. You just go, when people are going, you're crazy because their brain is so gone. What are those military people doing there? Excuse me. I don't know. I don't know what's been going on. If they, um, Only Paul with the cane was like, and then the cops, but he wasn't even acting like he was against the cops. They were asking me if I want to go to jail today. Jail? That's why you're nice to them and not nice to me. Because, let's see, Massachusetts. Was there an understanding that you thought you had to have a medical pandemic to have a state of emergency? Okay. If you were under attack by an enemy, foreign or domestic, would that cause you to be in a state of emergency? Imminent threat of a disaster under a state of emergency. This is the governor. Okay. Imminent threat of a disaster. What about the federal government, though? Well, Ron DeSantis just said the federal government's not doing it. I'm sure the military can. Okay. Anything where people's constitutional rights are being violated, basically, is probably. Okay. Me personally, it's been the same thing since 2012, as they were told to stop asking for renewals and recertifications on SNAP food cards. That has nothing to do with cash. Okay? That seems simple to do since it was already done once. It was done in 2020, and then someone undid it, and they just keep doing it now every year. So obviously, that's food, and that's a major stressor for people. And I'm really tired of people being forced to be stressed out when they shouldn't be. No person should be going, oh my God, because someone one of their family members is going to die. No one should be experiencing that. And that is exactly what I told you people in 2013. And lo and behold, here we are 11 years later, and it's still going on. But yet, when something is actually serious in an emergency, it's a big funny haha. Travel ban, closures, businesses, schools, government offices. The governor's state of emergency declaration does not automatically close state offices, state employees, blah, 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 blah. Someone did it. This is about your governor, which is not actually the question I asked. I asked if, like, because I know you were in a state of emergency at some point, right? She already do it recently because of the migrants? Okay. They're still talking about families in the emergency shelters. Snow emergency 11 days ago. Okay. Non-essential state employees to stay home. Okay, that was one of the things that I was discussing too. So, okay. Is that becoming an issue? Okay. Is that one of the things that's going on? Are those people being made to feel that they have to work though? Or they just don't want to deal with their home life? Okay. Okay, August 8th. Here we go. So you're in one now. Okay. Okay. Since August of last year. And I'm sure you have been for other things too. Wasn't it during some flooding in Attleboro? Remember that? It's okay if you don't remember, but there's been several of them. Like they have to keep reminding you folks that you're in a state of emergency. I would say you've been in one for at least 4 years. Okay. Uh, right. Like this just sounds like another thing. Like it, yeah, like they're reminding you over and over again about it, and that probably has something to do with you talking about the invasion in your border. Okay, so yeah, just to reiterate, it doesn't mean you're doing anything wrong, right? Well, I'm not trying to say that you go out to a train with a knife. I'm not saying that, but those people aren't police officers. Those aren't law enforcement officers. Okay, just never in a day do you get into it with law enforcement. You never do that. I'm helping you. You never do that. Right. It's just not people are people and sometimes people get angry and you just go, right. Sometimes you don't know why they're asking something, right? So like I told you, if you were sort of sleeping at an airport, if you were like say anything, say you were like hanging out at the library or something, just and they ask you if you have a photo ID, don't ask them why they're asking you that. Don't even ask them why they're asking you that. Yeah, like I've watched people sometimes, and you go, I don't even understand why they do that. Why do you even do that? Just go, yeah, I do, or no, I don't. I don't understand people. Like you see it in the traffic stops too, and you go, what is with people? Yeah, you just go, talk about patience, right? You just there's a reason why they're asking you that. I know, just some of these people, what if they were ever given housing keys and you're going, why are you asking me if I have a photo ID? To see if you have a home address and to see who you are because there are people that are ill and they don't even know who the fuck they are. Oh yeah. They're probably people they just go, "What's your name?" and they don't even know their own fucking name. Like Greg Ryan. And then you have 14 excuses about why you're telling me a different name than you told the cops. And the cop is right there. He didn't just travel on a light beam to China. He can still hear you talking and hear me talking. And nothing you said made any sense. Oh, because I have warrants. No, you probably don't even have warrants, and this guy probably doesn't even have warrants. You're both sickapoos. Okay, so I think the cops know what your name is. Jesus Christ. I know. You just go, if you're hanging around Quincy Center, they know what your name is. It's just the nature of Quincy. That's how they function there. If that guy's not from the area, no one's hanging around Quincy Center that the cops don't know who they are. So, anyways, yeah, I mean, things like that just automatically lying to a cop about your name, your address. It doesn't necessarily mean they're a criminal. They might be completely mentally ill, right? So they might not know, and some people get angry. Yeah, because they get scared when that's a pretty serious thing if you don't know your name. You don't know your name, you don't know your address. That's going to be extremely frightening. So, if someone says, "Do you have a photo ID on you?" just hand it to them. Right, you just go, "Yeah, not why are you asking me that?" I didn't even say anything when the cops asked me if I for my phone number. I probably gave them the wrong phone number. I probably told them 246, it's 346. Yeah, you just go once you realize they're not gonna actually section you, then you sort of get a little bit more flippant. But I would advise you not to talk to police officers like that because I know the live stream was on. Don't talk to cops like that. So, um, I don't know like the your laws about going into residences, but clearly if someone actually told them that I was a threat to myself, they can just come in probably. Right? It's just the nature of what the call is about. They don't have to have a warrant for that. It's like a person's in danger of dying or something. They don't have to have a warrant. It's not like a crime. It's not a crime to be suicidal. That's not a crime. Even if you're a danger to others, but you haven't done anything, that's not a crime either. Right? It just means that you're having an issue. But me personally, I really think it has something to do with Navy SEALs. I'm not kidding. It's like a thing because James was telling me about it overseas and stuff. Like it's some sort of thing in the military. Apparently, they have a right to just go right into your house. That's what he was telling me. I'm pretty sure it was Navy SEALs. He was saying that the drone operator can't. I mean, how's a drone operator going to get into your house, anyways? They can follow the person, right? They drop bombs and stuff too. That's what it looked like. But then when they go into a house, it's some sort of rule. I know you just go, what am I hearing and what am I looking at? Okay. But when they go into the house, then someone else has to be called to go in the house and get them. So, anyways, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's some sort of military hazing or what that is. You go, that's why you go. When's the last time anyone talked to him? Do you like completely lose his mind? Like, yeah, just what is this? I don't know. Maybe it's to see if you can be trusted with classified information or something. I don't know. You just go, okay. So they're probably like, we can see you on the live stream. And plus, I told you she was following me around. It was wicked bad then. Yeah. So then she tried to tell me that the cops drew weapons on her. The cops did not draw their weapons on you. You just go, holy crap, I knew she made up stuff. Yeah. You just go, I mean, I didn't see them when they came to the house, and there's no way they showed up here and drew their weapons, Barbara. There's no way they did that. I know. Could you imagine a person in a courtroom saying that and cops go, what the fuck? That's why they have body cameras. I drew my weapon. That's what she said. She was telling Tommy that. They're probably like, we don't even have weapons caught, right? They're probably like, we're not armed. Anyways. I did. I had some wicked choice stuff to say about cops, I guess, in the beginning years. I don't even think it's the same police force. But I would take, yeah, some of that stuff is warnings because it was probably shit that other people were saying too. Because when people feel desperate, that's what they do. Yeah. They target other people around you. When they know if you're being guarded and stuff and they know that, it's like a desperation. But anyway, you never get into it with the police or the executive force. You never do that. You're never going to win a war against a police force or the executive force. No. The only thing that you like, say that you ever were like that and you felt like you were being overtaken by your military, the only thing you could ever do is what I told you to do as a people, and it just couldn't be done. You know, it just couldn't be done. It's not, I'm not pointing fingers other than the people I can, that's one example, the people at that store in Framingham. They're not even from here, they had accents, right? So you go, it, that is actually people doing it. That's people causing a problem, right? You go, you're clearly not the military or the police, okay? You can't win a war against people with firearms. You know that, right? When you don't even have firearms. Okay. Because you're going to defund them. You like threaten to starve people with firearms. I guess that's what happens when you attack homemakers in Florida. I don't even like firearms. I wouldn't have one. I don't like firearms, no. So I guess that's what happens when you attack peaceful families for so long, and then all you get wicked and emboldened because nothing happens to you, and then you start saying you're going to shut off funding to the police. What? For what reason? They were the ones trying to do traffic. Do you get what I'm saying? They were the ones who listened and said just traffic. Now you want to cut off funding? Make some sense. Make some sense. We need our own police force. No, no, you don't. Your police force is fine. And then they police themselves and the military polices them, right? You don't need your own police force. That's how you really, I mean, that's declaring a definite war when you say you would need your own police force. We need our own police force. And then people like, yeah, we need our own police force. You don't need your own police force. You're supposed to be marching around. I know you go, you need to watch some videos. You need your own police force? No, you just need to march and complain. You want college? You want money to pay for college? You want to get accepted to colleges? You want your own college and you want to march. You want work? You want to have job opportunities? Not you want your own police force. um, I saw I saw you on TV. Okay, so I'm not sure you're going to be able to train a police force. I'm not sure you're going to be able to do that. So, I'm not saying I'm doing that either, but I think I have a better shot at it. Yeah. I'm sure some people in New Mexico went, "Oh my God, like really? They're still coming here. She's going to have all these people murdered. These people are still coming here to a desert going, I don't know, maybe they actually went up and down there and up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down. If they had a SNAP food card, as long as you didn't shut off their food, if you shut off their food, then you're in trouble. Yeah. If you went bonkers after I was out there, excuse me, you're gonna have problems. It should have got better after I was out there, not worse. Right. So We're already past the time of the year because it's probably be way too hot. Yeah. That was something we did over the winter. Let's see. If I started the walking program in 2014, that means it was 5 years, right? So if you're a young person and if you don't have like a medical condition and you're like 40, you should probably think about doing that. But, right, you're already past this year, but it's going to take a 5 year walking program to be able to do that. So you got to start off with the get up to a mile. So we did the thing where you do two loops around the house or two songs. Okay, so if you this been completely bedridden and you have like wicked panic problems, you need to be outside for two songs. And you'll probably find that you prefer maybe looping around a house. Okay. You got to do it for two songs, not 2 minutes. A song is generally like 3 minutes is like a short song, so you're gonna be outside for 6 to 7 minutes at least, right? Every single day. Then, I don't know, I would say 2 weeks at the most. Some people have wicked severe agoraphobia, so I would say 2 weeks at the most you're doing that. You gotta write it down, and then it's basically no matter what is going on. Okay, like if your toe fell off the night before you're supposed to walk after the 2 weeks, you just tie it up with a shoelace and gauze because it's all in your head at that point. Like your toe is still there. You cut it off the night before on purpose, trying to orchestrate a reason you don't have to now do something else after 2 weeks of doing two songs a day outside, like straight out. And then I'm not good at distances, but I would say what? A football field? Right. Away from your house, like down the sidewalk. Pick a thing that seems like a football field. You just immediately go outside and do it. Immediately. Like, don't even, nothing. Don't do, I got to do stretches. Okay, now I'm going to do this walk. As soon as you hear yourself going, now I'm going to do this walk, just go. Don't like immediately go, oh my God, I just did exactly what she said. Now I'm going to do. Don't even go, now I'm going to do this walk. Just, you already picked it out before. You already picked, you're just going to go and come back. I swear to God, some people have wicked bad agoraphobia. Remember Diane? And then I offered to walk with her. She wouldn't do it. Shannon, too. She wouldn't do it either. Even when I offer, I never do that. I've done it twice. And both people said no. And I've never offered to do it again. Wait, 3 times. I think I did it with Candy, too. Right? Just some people might. I don't know. Say that you knew someone was like that. You could be wicked, wicked mean, but make sure it's not far. Right? And just, you got to get out. You got to get out of the car. Yep. And so they just have to walk back from where they were. Some people probably do stuff like that. Like they just surprise the person. Yeah. So, oh, so you're on the first week? Stop. Get out. Right? Like you're still doing two songs outside after a week and someone drives you down the road. Get out. Well, this is, I got the good news is, and then open up the door. The good news is, yep, no, it's today. Just go. Just do it. Go. Don't think. I know. Could you imagine? Could some people actually, I guess you definitely have to face that you had a problem at that point. if someone opened up the car door and you're like still refusing to get out, I would hope you at least realize you have a problem at that point. Someone like should have been doing that stuff with Candy. Yeah. Just remember when you said, okay, well, this is the good news. Click. This is what you could do to someone like that, but the only thing is she might just sit in the car. Don't do it in the like hot summer. Click and just get out of the thing yourself. Oh yeah, Norm could have done that to her. Say they're going out for breakfast and just have her get out first. Or like it's when you walk into the restaurant, oh, I forgot something. She has a cell phone, right? I forgot something, and then drive off and call her and go. It used to be right up in East Dedham, wasn't it? I guess you're walking back to the house from East Dedham. Today's the first day of your walk program. Yeah. I guess I'm not taking a nap now because now it's 6:10. I gotta turn the other light on because it's like totally, and I gotta put the things back down. I know. I go, whoa, that was a whole day. Let's hope tonight goes off a little bit better than last night did. I'm on the Twitter going. I could tell that I was starting it. Something was going on, and I was like, ah. And I was like, I'm gonna sleep great tonight. Like I'm trying to fight it. I didn't know if I was getting mad at something else. 3 a.m. I wake up and I can't fucking sleep. Pardon my French. Excuse me. I'm pretty sure it was last week, wasn't it? Friday night, she woke up. She did what I did last night, but she was yelling for like 20 minutes. I'm pretty sure it was last week. And then that's when she was in the wheelchair and he was trying to get her to walk from the wheelchair to the toilet. And somehow she ended up on the bathroom floor, like sitting. And he had to pick her up and put her in the wheelchair. There must have been an attempt to walk from the wheelchair to the toilet and back again, and it didn't work. So she may have done it herself, and he didn't even tell her to do it. She may have tried to stand up and walk to the toilet because she had done it before. I don't know. I just know he was pissed because of course he can pick her up, but he doesn't like doing it. But he can do it. He doesn't really seem to be struggling doing it either. Yeah, I mean, is it possible that he did like a depersonalization because I explained how I can't lift her? It's possible. I know because he was mad all the way to the food pantry and talking about what it's something. If it comes to my health, it's like I think you're absorbing stuff that I told you about myself. Yeah, I mean, I've seen you pick up that woman at least 2 or 3 times right in front of me, and you don't even seem sore or anything. Yeah, sometimes people have a thing. She was doing it to Candy because she clearly doesn't have diabetes. Candy does. And she doesn't have COPD. Norm does. And she doesn't have kidney failure. I have kidney disease. She's straight out to my face told me those three things that she has medical conditions she doesn't have, and Barbara has the same condition. It can be weird when you're talking to a person like that because you feel bad for them. You just go, you don't have diabetes, Candy does. You don't have COPD, Norm does. And you don't have polycystic kidney disease, Mary does. You have a psychiatric condition. So I don't know how Bob is doing now, but she has the same thing. She told me she had MS, and then there was like a couple of other things she said she had. Okay. Candy used to do it too. I think what Candy would do is she was being tested for something, but she would way over exaggerate what was going on. That's why I have ultrasound reports. Someone knows. I'm not going to say a word. Someone knows, and they'd go. I think she way under exaggerates her medical condition. Yeah, it's the opposite of what you guys have. I don't even like it to be that glaring in my day to day life. It's because these people won't stop shutting off my food. It will could be housing. Yeah, I mean, I think most people with that condition, they're talking about their medical condition a lot. Uh, I would assume they used to in the past go to doctors all the time for various ailments. They're usually sick a lot, like they don't feel good. She would always say she had Maldemar, as she calls it. She'd always say she had diarrhea. We all had to know the woman has diarrhea like every other day of her life, right? And right, chest colds that aren't even real and stuff. Just well, some of the cancer people, because of what's going on all over the planet, and they are doing a service, and it's probably frightening, and they might be somewhere where they found out a while ago there's no hospitals anymore. So I don't really consider it the same thing, but some of them seem to be sort of, it's mostly all they can talk about. So yeah, well, I definitely can't judge people going through that. I don't mean it like that, but um, trying to talk about other things I think would be helpful. So yeah, you need a good louse, and then you'll be talking about that for a couple of months. That's pretty lousy too when the person knows you have a medical condition and what you've already been through and still does that. But it's indicative of people that have mental health issues and people that can't, they're not capable of being in a relationship with anyone. So some things are like sort of a mismatch of couples. Um, So sometimes people can be a little bit too like vindictive, and you go, yeah, you maybe just get over the fact that the person decided, I guess, he didn't want to marry you or something. But some people, he clearly can't be in a relationship with anyone. It's not, I'm not going to debate it with people. It doesn't mean he wouldn't be doing it, but I'm just explaining it. That's no one of my species love loss, right? That's not anyone of my species should try to go out with. Clearly, Oz do what Oz do, and he's not part of my species, so who cares, right? But just that's all you can do is warn other people and go, there's not a possible way. Sometimes it's difficult for people to understand, but they're probably not my species if they don't already think that. Yeah, just I didn't know anything about him other than what he told me himself, right? So it's almost either like he wasn't involved with anyone in there, but I doubt it. I think that they're just as sick as he is. Yeah, like, oh, well, I didn't think it was my job to, especially the way that they're depersonalizing. So I clearly don't agree with that since I told Nicole about Geo. I don't agree with that. You immediately go, were you were you two ever hooking up? Okay. I mean, I'll never be in that situation again because I just never again. I realize all those people are sick. It's it's sick to even try to have a relationship with any of those people. They're so ill. It's not just drug and alcohol use. They all have mental health issues. So, um, But that's what you need, a good louse, and then you'll be talking about that, not talking about your cancer. As weird as it sounds, or just someone you have a crush on, or something, or some that guy that died. He was trying to build. What was he building? Excuse me. He was building some sort of sets, not sets, but remember that guy Brian Baz something. Yeah, like this trap music is cool. Someone of my species would get that. Like if say that someone that went through whatever and just explained to me that they were just involved with this person, what happened, you go, oh god, yeah, he's got to be I don't want to accept it because it seemed like the person was cute or whatever, but clearly, yeah, like especially if it's a person that you know wouldn't make up a bunch of stuff, because even the fact that they were involved with the person and the dude didn't tell you, get it, you just go, did you mess with her? Why? I can't talk to you anymore. No, dude, just stay away from me. Right? Just what in the why? You, the two of you weren't gonna ever tell me that? You're disgusting. You are disgusting. So as soon as he said he was stayed at Colleen's house, I figured that he was probably messing with her. Yeah, I'm not actually that dumb because I've met her and her husband. Right? And you go, and Nate was there. They were probably having house parties. He was probably either screwing her. There's no way in after, and I wouldn't actually know that until Plymouth, in case people still watching this thing out there. I wouldn't know that until Plymouth. After Plymouth, I went, this dude is clearly having sex with someone. Yeah, he is absolutely having sex with someone. He is absolutely disgusting. Yep. That's when you go, you're literally still not gonna tell me that you've been fucking around? You're a fucking piece of work, you are. You spent a night at Colleen and Michael's house with that Nate guy there? Who else was there? You're fucking disgusting, dude. For real. Absolutely fucking why is your pussy shaved? You're fucking disgusting. Straight out. Oh yeah. I'm sure. I'm sure it was all a big funny fucking haha after you left the hospital and had to explain to whoever the fuck you've been fucking how oh my god, and then that Mary chick and I ended up at fucking Wagner. You were not just on a fucking drug bender with me, you fucking pile of shit. But I'm sure that's probably was the verbiage coming out of its fucking pie hole to whoever. Some other fucking disgusting person. Oh my god, crazy shit, man. Just like all of a sudden I'm waking up in this fucking house in Plymouth with that fucking Mary chick, and then I gotta go to fucking Faulkner Hospital, and how am I gonna get out of this? Because every word that comes out of his fucking mouth is a lie. So, anyways, not fucking stupid. Look, you're a fucking pile of shit. Dump off. Fucking hospital. Anyways. I know, could you imagine? All of after all of that shit, right? And then that he doesn't know I'm there. Are you fucking kidding me? I just showed up here to take you somewhere, and you happen to be at a fucking library, okay? Why is your pussy shaved? You're fucking disgusting. I'm sure there's probably plenty of dudes that have experienced that shit. Um, we've never messed around, and you don't even fucking change your clothes, and you just spent the night at whose house? You're fucking disgusting. The fuck away from me. I have no idea. Is it possible he had like lice or crabs or something? Fucking gross. I guess you don't think about that when you're committing fucking sexual assault against me. I know you go, you've had the same fucking clothes on for the last time I was out here. Have you, how are you fucking shaved? You haven't been in a house fucking somebody? You are so fucking vile and disgusting. You are so fucking vile and disgusting. I know you just go, what the fuck? Someone else has one of these stories, right? Did you immediately fucking hit her? Kudos to you if you didn't, because kudos to me, right? Because you didn't know the whole fucking story. Even after 8 months, you didn't know the whole fucking story. Kudos to me for not punching that dude right in the fucking face, right? Fucking warrants. That's why I said, man, I stay away from there. It's not even worth it. He's not a fucking my species. It's never worth it anyway, but at the spur of the moment, that was 8 months ago. This is a person that you think you're fucking in love with that literally said he was going to fucking marry you and he just committed sexual assault against you. And why is he fucking shaved when he hasn't? You're not married. He hasn't changed his fucking clothes. And he's telling you he just spent a night in a house with these fucking fucked up couple that you already met. And another dude. And who the fuck else was there? And then you've got to say something about your fucking ex girlfriend right after you come. Look, you need to go to a fucking hospital, and then I've done my good fucking deed for the day. Just like that Indigo guy said. Just not that I agree with everything he said, but it's fucking true. You go, you are a fucking pile of shit, dude. Anyways, yeah, like say you're a dude and just imagine the whole situation. She's supposedly street homeless and sleeping. You have a fucking stay away order too. The whole MBTA, and the chick knows that. It's fucking assault and battery with the deadly weapon. Okay, those are your two fucking warrants that you're in a court for. And you tell a bitch that, right? That's not even a bitch. You tell some fucking nasty hoe that you think is just, oh, this poor fucking drugged out hoe. And yeah, clearly she's a fucking hoe, but she's cute. And I'm sober. And maybe, maybe you're not even sober. Oh, maybe, whatever. She just needs some fucking loving care. And then the bullshit that this fucking person said to me. And the next thing you know, You're sporting a fucking ring on your finger like a retard, and I'll wear one, and I'll legally marry you, and blah blah blah. And the second that you get your stay away order lifted, of course you go, this dude is never, this fucking hoe is never going back to some train step that you've been listening to for 6 fucking weeks. And you say to take to fucking bathe and wash her hooch. And she goes, okay, mom, right? So all that happens, and then she shoves your hand down her pants and she's shaved. Get it? And then the second she gets off, she goes, oh yeah, and then my ex-boyfriend said, the clit is really kind of in the right position. You don't just go boom right in the fucking face. Get out now. I mean, I don't know why you ever like it totally. I get it. Oh yeah, just some dude. Well, this is the thing. Yeah, once I punched this chick straight on right in the fucking face in bed, because like exactly what you just said happened to me. And it was just automatic, just I didn't have no warrants or whatever, and just boom right in the fucking face. And now everybody on the planet thinks that I'm something or something because she goes and tells every fucking person she can find that I punched her in the fucking face and doesn't tell people the rest of the fucking story. Because it's easier when the person is supposed to be fucking street homeless and doesn't change his clothes, right? And all of a sudden he's at a house that these people are fucking wackos. You're not, there's not other people there that you're sticking your dick in, if not that fucking dude or that chick. Give me a fucking break. I know you go, how the fuck are you shaved? Like, could you imagine me telling all of fucking Quincy Center that? The second I showed up there in June or July, this is the thing is he committed sexual assault against me, and get this, he was fucking shaved. They would just go, what? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh yeah. He's supposedly at a house because they probably don't know who the fuck Colleen and Michael are, but they know who Nate is that was just forced out of a shelter because he's a fucking loon that was sleeping in a woman's dorm and peeking at people through the fucking bathroom and using the woman's bathroom in the library. Oh, well, get this. He's in a house with him, Colleen, and Michael. Some people in Quincy know who Colleen and Michael are. Okay. There's nobody else there. He's not there fucking some fucking hoe or Colleen. Please. Oh, yeah. Clearly, he was brought to a house and told to bathe and shave to fuck somebody else. And you literally put your fucking mouth on my mouth after that? Boom! Oh, yeah. So if that's a hoe that, and you say that you just go, how on earth are you shaved? And you don't change your fucking clothes? I had to hand you fucking nail clippers, but you had a razor? Oh, yeah. Just, you don't, that's what I told you. It's like, it's probably a good thing that people didn't know those two facts when they found you in Quincy when you went back to Quincy. Wherever the fuck you went, dude, where Jeremy found you, I don't know if Jeremy would care about that. He'd probably go, "Oh my god," and start fucking. He would probably start laughing. Just I don't know, maybe that's some well-known fucking fuck house or something, like the places where Alex used to go. Yeah, just oh, no, no, no. Don't stop fucking making up things because now you sound like my fucking brain. How the fuck would he know I was coming? He never said he knew I was coming out there. Why wasn't he in fucking Quincy Center when I came out there then? He didn't know I was coming out there. He had no idea I was fucking coming out there. So, anyways, that's you catch a hoe doing that. I mean, well, that's some dudes have probably done that. But I mean, obviously, if you're proper coding, how are you going to just shove your hands in a woman's pants and go, you fucking nasty hoe? Psh, fuck away from me. How are you fucking shaved? You're street homeless? Fuck away from me, nasty fucking cunt. Yeah, just that dude's entire thing is obviously some sort of a fucking act he does. Yeah, he is a fucking asshole, that person. I told you that. You never know. Maybe they flipped out at the fucking hospital for the same reason, but I don't see how they would know that he committed sexual assault against me. Right, but you go, how are you shaved, but you can't treat scabies? And why aren't you changing your fucking clothes? Well, I just spent the night. They may have said, when was the last time you had fucking sexual contact, which is what they ask people in a fucking hospital. I'm not, they're still fucked up, but I'm telling you, there might have been at least one nurse. Doesn't mean she's the nurse practitioner who goes, huh? He's that fucked up. Obviously, you don't lie to your medical personnel, and I'm not even there. When's the last time you? Okay. You're a fucking pile of shit. You are. It's called the World Wide fucking Web, dude. And your Facebook page. Clearly, you weren't sleeping with Mary on Friday. How are you kissing her on her mouth Saturday fucking morning? I'm sorry, Friday morning. How is that happening? They didn't even know about the other thing. I didn't tell anybody that. Right. So you just go, what? You're never gonna see that dude, probably. I don't know, in Quincy Center again, it would kind of surprise me. I would think at least Chris Oliveri would beat the fuck out of him. Especially after what I witnessed. That Shannon guy stealing his booze and shit. He already didn't like Brian. Brian told me. Right. So anyways, clearly the cops are not gonna intervene on that. Right. Just they're nosy and they might ask somebody what the fuck's going on. That dude just fucking blew Mary off at a fucking hospital after putting her hand on his fucking dick. This guy is a fucking scumbag. I know. Could you imagine Jay right now going, what? He thinks that at least he was pretending, unless he's a fucking you know whatter. You go, why did you tell him to shower and change his clothes? He's like a con artist. I know you go, no dude that's so mentally incompetent he can't brush his fucking teeth, but he's shaved. You just go, what the fuck? Anyways, he's only 36. Yeah, you just go, a dude that age would have a bunch of pubic hair. He's a brunette. Oh, okay, good. She's alive. So that'll make me be able to sleep pretty good tonight, hopefully. Every single day of my life now. Every single day of my life now. Well, I don't like this business about the snap food god. That's probably why they fucking are doing this because they can tell that I'm peaceful and shit. And their lives are a fucking terror every day of their lives. They're a fucking misery. Right. You just go, that's my only stress is that this woman dies and I end up out in the fucking street. They constantly want you to complain. It doesn't mean that the shit about me getting my own housing and a stipend is going away. That's why they're being killed. That's clearly going to happen. That's why they're being put the fuck down. Any way you slice it. But again, are you guys doing that thing again? It's thermonuclear weapons. I know you just go, it's thermonuclear weapons. That's why they're telling you 30 degrees warmer. It's the whole land piece. It's an agreement. There's a map. It's called the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Agreement. You have to wait for the promise of the Father, and it exterminates an entire species off of planet Earth. It eradicates them off of planet Earth. Okay? And it prevents their literal starvation because there's clearly a brain plague because it's their extinction. So, um, right. So it's just someone's doing something about it. And oh, that was the other thing. If you were like, even if it's the atmosphere, but it's God. Gives a fuck. It's God doing it. So yeah, I guess keep fighting. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that was good too. Good to meet you. Now let me go to the bathroom. Good. I put the stuff on her, so.
Nice.
I told her she's got to stop laying in piss like that. That's what's causing it. She can't be laying in piss for days at a time. Crazy, man. Not a conversation. All of it, not a conversation. There's still food on top of a potty chair that's right next to her bed at her head that she apparently, it's got to be at the other end. Pointless. It's got to be at the other end of the bed so she can get on it and fucking piss and shit. It's not a serving tray, it's a fucking toilet. From what I can tell, 24 hours a day, there's food on top of it like a serving tray. It's a fucking toilet. Anyways, I got divvied out a fucking job, so I should keep everybody at bay for the time period. So, right, you go, why did you just, it's not a conversation, but why did you just leave her laying in piss for days? That's the new cycle now, where we're gonna make up a reason why this woman's being left laying in fucking piss, and then it's somebody else's job to put cream on her. Whatever. I mean, for the most part, it seemed I thought that he was keeping her bedding and shit clean. So you go, she's gotta have that shit changed. Cindy had that shit completely cleared up. Right, so you live and learn. Hopefully, he won't do that again. Oh yeah, just, oh, can you do this? Why didn't you just fucking do it? I know you just go. You're trying to give her privacy. She's sitting there butt ass naked. I think her privacy's already been violated. I know you just go. You put the fucking gloves on and put the lotion on, but whatever. You can't argue with people. Me personally, I think it's all fucking made up. Yep. I 100% believe it's made up. And that's like a teamwork effort and shit. Just like the laundry. Oh, thanks for doing that. That's why I didn't know if he wasn't feeling good or something because it just seems like his mood is much better when she's just doing nothing but fucking laying there. But then as soon as she seems like she's up in a wheelchair and stuff, but that's their whole relationship. I don't even know if you can blame him for that. That's all they do is fucking scream and yell at each other. So hopefully he'll sit her in the wheelchair and not let her lay back down in the bed. Right? Let her sit in the wheelchair and let some of that shit air out a little bit. It's not even in the same spot. It's her side. It's like the side of her leg because she was just laying in piss like that. It's like a diaper rash. No, it's not like. There was like two areas where it looked like it might have been starting to open the skin. But yeah, you just go. And she was clearly in pain. Yeah. So She probably doesn't even have to have a diaper on. That's what I'm saying. I think him or Cindy brought over a whole box of pads, like disposable ones, like I suggested. Are those all gone? Maybe. Maybe they used them all. Right. I would think just put one of those in the wheelchair and sit her in it. I think all of the pads that you can wash are clean because I washed them. Usually like every like 3 days. Yeah. Remember the days where it was like a screaming, screaming, screaming to change your clothes? Yeah. That's why I don't respond to it. I was just down there. Probably most of the time. When they show up in the shelter saying that they were taking care of their mother till they died, then you find out what the, yeah. Meanwhile, you didn't know that their sister was coming over every 3 days to change their diaper. Sure, it's probably pretty commonplace. Sometimes I get concerned about that, yeah. Because you go, it, it, he knows the snap card is off. Okay. Sometimes people do stuff that is not, it's not even registering in their mind that they're doing it purposely. Like when she used to start getting more aggressive in the kitchen and stuff when the snap card was off, and she kicked me out of the house. Like they do. Just put her in the wheelchair. Just put her in the wheelchair so she can sit up for a while. Someone knows. Because it's the World Wide Web. Someone knows if he was just watching it. If he's in a room like that, he knows I'm talking. Yeah, like it's some like new thing where it gets to the point where she's doing that. Yeah, like I know you just go on Saturday when I don't know if she attempted to walk to the toilet and fell or the same thing, and then he had to pick her up and put her in the wheelchair. She does the same thing no matter what he's doing. You would think so, unless you've lived it for 52 years with various different people. Yeah, like it's some sort of a syndrome. Clearly, she's old and she hasn't been, she's like on a decline. But I was talking to that Devora person about it when I was going out to the mandatory mental health things. Their underlying psyche, like if they never went to any type of, and maybe even if they did when they get older like that, they still do the same thing. She's in a thing now where all she literally wants to do is lay down. But yeah, she has a bad psychiatric history of major clinical depression too. She was institutionalized for 2 years when she was 22, right? Like she went through something where she wasn't even brushing her teeth and she had thrush and she had to have like scaling and stuff down in her mouth. Like they literally had to put her in a hospital when she was pregnant because she explained it to me too. She said she went catatonic and she like wouldn't get out of bed and stuff. Yeah. And then, like I said, it's they have a whole history of it's every single day a screaming fight. Remember that? Yeah. So I mind my own business. I've been doing it since I've been here. It's been this is quieter than it's ever been since I've been here. In the 2 years I've been here, yeah, like that will go on every couple of days now, whereas before, every single day, especially when I first got here in 2022. That's when it was the worst. I don't know if it's true, but she told me he smashed the TV and stuff. I don't even know if that's true, but like before I got here, I don't remember fighting like that. Like there was some sort of a shift that happened where she had a wicked immediate decline after she was removed from her house. Like something clicked in him where he was in charge when they moved here. He was never like that with her. You know, as soon as it's like it was not good at all to remove them from that house. Nope, that was not a good idea at all, from what I can tell. But I mean, he's her caregiver, so she'd be in a nursing home. She wouldn't be getting any care at all. So, um, it, when I came here in March of 2000, even just from August of 2021 to March of 2022, it happened. Because before, he was never in charge. Candy was in charge. And he just was allowed to live in the house because she insisted he could. And then as soon as Candy and Norm left, he was in charge, but they weren't having screaming fights like that. She would egg at him and egg at him because he wouldn't get off of the couch. He literally wouldn't get up off the couch. So then all of a sudden, I come here in 2022, and it's every single day for that first year. It was like startling at first. Just what? And like just scream and scream and scream. And so it's actually calmed down. So anyway, like I said, I went over some of it earlier about 2020, and then magically delicious, I disappear from August to March, and I'm never contacted about anything. So it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, you really have to be careful sometimes about people that try to bait you into things, and then all of a sudden, the next thing you know, you're laying on the fucking ground in February 23rd. So that's why I stay out of it. Everybody already knows about it in case you were watching this. I already went through that when I first got here. So I think they kind of knew about it too. Yep. I called for medical transport for myself. And Boston EMS came here and pointed out to me that the cops were right there. And they're like, maybe go back to the shelter. Right. So for myself, I called for medical transport for myself after getting into it with him as soon as I came back here. It was like almost as soon as I got back at, oh, it's not going to work out with Mary. So I just, yeah, in case you were wondering, like you're a little bit naive about reality on this land piece and what's been going on, right? Because you go, we get what you're saying, but the woman has no other caretaker but him, right? So, and the thing is, if you don't know their history, they fight with each other, right? So you really got to stay out of it. I think everybody has learned. The VA, Boston EMS, probably Boston police have probably come out here. She mentioned something about the police. The Dedham police know all about it. So it's in the police report from 2017. So the way that this situation is, it's part of the damnation, by the way. The way that this situation is, I just sit here like this, or I sleep on the ground outside with no income and no SNAP card. So basically, the demands of me are I had to go put some big Desitin type stuff on a woman's side. And I just ignore everything else that goes on unless I'm asked to do something. And then usually I just do the laundry on my own. He doesn't even tell me to do the laundry. Like I noticed it this last time because I was gonna need to do laundry, so I was doing jog walks, so I just did it. Otherwise, I mind my own business. I think it was like 2 or 3. Was it? It wasn't yesterday morning. Was it yesterday morning? I think it was yesterday morning. When I went downstairs, she was sitting in the wheelchair. Wasn't that yesterday? It was either yesterday or the day before, and she put herself in it. Right? Because I remember him waking up going, oh, you put yourself in your chair because I saw her there, but I didn't know if you did it. That was only a day or two ago. Yeah, so you go. I would probably definitely take that food off the porta potty though, but if it's at the point now where she saying she can't get into the chair because she put herself in the chair like yesterday or the day not yesterday but the day before yesterday and the day before she did it. Okay, so why is that toilet not being used? That's why I stay out of it. It's sort of like, why is my snap card off? What happened to my EBT cash? Why are there so many people at the food pantry? People have learned to just mind our own business. She explained it to, they actually sent people to her house once from the VA, like a whole team of home health care, and she fired them all. But before she fired them all, she was explaining to them that that's how her family interacts because they all were screaming and yelling like that, right? So that's their business, right? They don't, if they wanted help, they would call authorities or something, right? You just go, that's their business. I think he's cooking the pizza for their dinner because it's Friday, right? So I'll wait till he's done. And then I gotta start thinking about cooking another meal. They already did all that crap. They already took her out of her house, sectioned to the VA before, all that stuff. Elderly services, all that stuff was already done. Already gone through the whole chain of events, which all they care about is taking over somebody's finances. That's all they care about. Because that's all that ended up happening, apparently. Like, they don't actually care about people. All they want to do is take over people's lives and not actually do anything. That's all that happened with her. Sort of probably how they run that shelter system. They try to make their hostages do all their chores and stuff in their shelter. And all they do is look at charts. They're constantly writing things in charts, but yet they don't have any paperwork. They have no, they don't know how many times I've been in the place, even though that Luquette person showed it to me on a computer. She showed it to me on they're deranged. Like when she said I had no file, and then in 2023, there's my file. They're deranged. Smoking MBTA train. Yeah, like stuff like this, I'm sure is commonplace. Brockton personal care aide charged with stealing 150,000 from 95-year-old woman. It doesn't really have any meaning when you think about it. It's yeah, like these people that are criminally deranged must be wicked bored by now. It's kind of the beauty of allowing them to do it. Yeah, like a story like this, it would be interesting in terms of interviewing the person. Um, Brockton personal care assistant was arraigned Thursday for allegedly defrauding a 95-year-old woman of about 150,000 by stealing from a bank account, collecting rent money intended for the victim, and taking out a reverse mortgage on her home, resulting in foreclosure. Okay, she's in. Okay, she's okay. I don't really think so. You know how they go, it's a clear signal to older adults and their families to be ever vigilant when money and services are involved? I disagree. Yeah, I disagree. I think you just go, whatever, like I do. I would highly recommend going, whatever. Yeah, it just goes on and on. It's kind of like minutia, but it's pretty long. So, um, is it I already know the answer to it, but maybe other people don't. Is it disappointing after doing all that stuff that people don't care? I'm sure it is. That's the best thing you can do to psychopaths like that is just keep giving them money and let them do whatever they want. That's the best thing you can do to people that are psychopathically deranged. They end up basically imploding on themselves, right? So this one that they arrested is probably relieved she got arrested. Um, yeah, like they're insane within their heads, and she's probably disappointed because she thought that her powerfulness was doing all this weird criminal bad stuff. Like that's all they can do is decide that they're going to be sneaky and bad and stuff, and then it's almost like they're secretly doing these actions to people and they're going to care and this is terrible and no one even cares, like what Alfred was doing, right? You just go because you had to be there at the beginning. Like him and his lawyer literally wouldn't stop sending weird shit to me that's clearly illegal, and I just kept ignoring it. And I'm sure they became frightened. Yeah. Uh, right. Like this was the other thing too is I asked him for like I think was it just one thing I asked for? I asked for him to provide to me something that stated that someone checked to make sure that he was properly taking care of the children and submit that to me, and he never did it. Right. So never got a certificate of divorce. Like he's similar to that, like in the whacked out shit he does, and you go, it's like anything and everything where they keep telling themselves like you're important to them. They're doing something and this is gonna be making her terrible and she'll be thinking about me like I'm his fucking mother or something. Yeah, just that's a big disappointment. I could tell that at the room when they put me in that rooming house. You're just like, yeah, when you sort of like actually don't realize the stuff they're doing, they get mad. That's why they have to point it out to you. Okay, thanks. So, does Benjamin Netanyahu have thermonuclear weapons? So, well, she's still verbalizing because I was wondering if she was starting to go nonverbal. Just because there's not a lot of talking coming out of it where typically there is. So, but she was just verbalizing stuff, so. You would wonder that, wouldn't you? Why someone would actually continue to lay in urine like that, knowing that you would actually feel sore. You would think so. Obviously, if you have to be put in a mental institution because you will not get up out of bed or something, it had to have been that. She wouldn't fucking get out of bed, probably. That's what she told me. She said she was pretty much catatonic. So, yeah, obviously, when you're dealing with someone that's 89 now, she's 89 now, so I don't want to start it sounding like candy, but she did do this thing with the wheelchair before, but I don't think it went on this long. So she probably is having difficulty walking around, especially when you've been in bed since December and it's February. So when she had something going on with her butt, Cindy had to come over here like every 3 days and put that stuff on her. I don't care about doing that. But it's really better to make sure she's up in that chair every single day. If anyone would ask, it's not my business when someone doesn't ask me. It's really worth your while to just pick her up and put her in that chair every day. So I did go down there today. I was down there yesterday, and there was no. I think there is stuff down there. I know. So you go, how did you? She had to have had a rash yesterday, too. Right. Yeah, I just realized there was actually stuff down there. So the stuff was changed yesterday. Yeah. That's what I was saying. I thought it was yesterday morning she was sitting in that wheelchair. It was definitely the day before it's Day Friday. It was definitely Wednesday morning if it wasn't yesterday morning. Yep. It might have been Wednesday morning. So there's a lot of stuff going on with the nuclear stuff, and it's going to get worse on Monday. So, well, I shouldn't say it like that. We don't really know if it's worse or just the air temperature is getting warmer now because it's almost March. It's possible it's that. And that's why the temperature is that high. And not, it's like a super duper. I mean, I wouldn't get nervous. It was up to 63 when it was probably supposed to be 33 or 23. So, yeah, I think that the one from week ago Saturday was probably, yeah, now your air temperature is probably getting warmer. So I wouldn't start flipping out yet about next week. $5 and 42 minutes. Almost said seconds. Could it be part of the reason I was so stressed out? I guess it could be. If she was like in having a pain or something, but I think it's really from the nuclear. I don't think I'm in sync with her like ET. I think it's from the nuclear weapons. I did. I go, you gotta stop laying in urine like that. And I said something to him about it too. I go, yeah, so you probably heard me. So I told her she's gonna stop laying in urine like that. So I didn't realize she was still using diapers. Yeah, just because I saw that someone, it was probably Cindy, or maybe he got the stuff. It was like those, like puppy piddle pad things, the disposable ones, right? Just, I don't know, every 2 hours, see if it's wet and change, and just roll her over to the side and change, put a new one down. She doesn't really seem to be moving around in the bed when she's laying there, so make life a lot easier. And then she's not gonna get any rashes at all. It's just like every 2 or 3 hours, just go down there. It's like a baby. See if the thing is wet and just roll it to the side and fucking change the thing. Believe me, I thought it would be nice too if she would just fucking get out of that bed again like she used to, but she was actually out of the bed like 2 days ago. She was sitting in the fucking chair, so and you just go, see, almighty. And you go, alright, I guess I can sleep tonight, not worry about it. Person's still fucking living. Whatever happened the day that oil man came? She hasn't walked around since. Remember that? He came to the door yelling at her and he wasn't here and she was yelling back at him. Ever since that day. Yeah, I went out for my walk or something after that, and just all of a sudden, she can't walk anymore. It was right around the time I went to the symphony too, so that's why I know it was December. Because after the symphony, he told me she got up to walk and fell. So, he said she fell pretty hard too, but it could just be a coincidence. I wasn't here. He said that she fell right by the stairs and fell pretty hard. He said that he was thinking in his mind, oh my God, you're really going to hurt yourself this time. I saw her standing up once in the bathroom. That was a couple of weeks ago now. At the window. Oh, I already read this one. That's about the personal care assistant. No, Alyssa Colby needs a Section 8. Not Mary Lagoa needs a fucking housing key. Honestly, Mary Lagoa needs a fucking stipend to live on. Right. Just, I know because Michelle Pitts is not about to fucking die. And she has housing. But she's not forced to live with her when she doesn't even have any fucking children. So, anyway, I know that people are killing you folks, so I'm not going to even go there. 7 children taken to hospital for mass home amid child welfare investigation. Sounds like a made up topic. Yeah. They're not even supposed to have DCF anymore. That was part of the transition plan. Yeah, they're not supposed to even have child welfare anymore. Well, when you're going to harass people and steal people's children, you certainly don't agree with getting rid of child protective services. Right. You'll get rid of every other thing. You'll get rid of the US Constitution. But the things that you're using to try to explain to yourself your profound insanity, you'll keep. So I don't know. I think it's just a topic, to be honest with you. Uh, Eventually, they'll go back to the other stuff. This is like definitely an Oz topic. Right. They were taken to a hospital. You don't even have any hospitals. Your hospitals are all closing. So it sounds like a topic. Where's Medway? Let me check where Medway is on the map. I explained how they did something so I can't go in and out on the maps. Yeah. Um, it's like a ferocious insanity. Is that weird to say that that's ferociously insane that someone did that? Well, it's sort of like when I'm talking to people like John Clow. Um, uh, you would have to explain to me why there's no plus minus on the map. Do you not recall when you Google a city like that it would be a map, but it had a plus and a minus so you could zoom in and out of it? Are you claiming that feature didn't exist on this before? Okay, that's why it's ferocious insanity. Whatever those beings are, they cannot stop doing it. Remember, I explained it about trying to map my walk route? Whatever those beings are that are doing that, they have ferocious insanity. Sometimes people don't want to accept that people are ferociously insane because there's nothing we can do about it but to wait for God to end their lives. Believe me, I'm the person who is subject to it. 13 years. It's clearly gotten way worse in the past 4 years. And then the summer of 2022 was the worst it's ever been. So I'm just grateful to not be back to that point. That's when they were killing a bunch of people in Washington, D.C. So um, it's probably something that these beings do in reaction to stress. And they're ferociously insane because clearly, whatever it is that's going on with them internally, they're extremely frenzied, like a frenzied mania. And it's sad for them. Right? So another thing that they added here, let me see if I can. Here we go. Okay. Well, it's not exactly way out there because if you could, oh wait, is it going to actually let me zoom out now? Um, it's actually not. Um, I don't tell them the area, they tell me. I don't have thermonuclear weapons. Okay. Um, they know where people were housed and stuff. They know where extra housing is being stored, and they know where the people live that bought up real estate. Even if they believe they need an LLC, they know who it is and they know where these people actually reside. So it appears to me, and because when things are on the coast like that, I guess it's easier to do a target thing. We're still getting it. It's just we are getting REMs that will eventually give us cancer. Okay, these people are being put down because we need the housing units, and they refuse to give up these empty housing units. And their problem populations, like this is kind of like Brockton, it's going around like this, right? So if someone was doing a thing like this, it's a whole area. Do you get what I'm saying? Right. So um, we are here. So if the area is going like this, we're like somewhat in it, but they explain to you about Milton and no, these people can't flood into Milton. It's almighty, but um, I don't believe they're even aware of anything, to be honest with you. I don't think they care. Right? They're being restrained and they're busy with their lives or whatever. And a lot of them probably developed an attitude, just like you heard, where they gave up social media for a time and all of that business. And there's whatever it is they do. Right. So, It seems like when it's on a coastal thing like that. But like I said, I know, like, we could look up right now. Like, say you did this. If it's not that, it means that the people that own the housing live there, and it's a problem population. It's been almighty because this has been going on for 15 years, where they've been taking people's houses and putting other people in them. Okay, so they may not realize that they did a screening by their bigotry and stuff. So it makes it easier for the people with the thermonuclear weapons to do what they're doing. That's why it was allowed. Yeah, when something that whacked out is going on right in front of your face, and it's like goes on for so long, it's being allowed on purpose. So let's see. Say a bunch of people got evicted, like because they couldn't evict or something. Remember when all that was going on? Okay, so those people wouldn't even be in Medway anymore. This says is 502 plus listings for apartments and rent in Medway. So um, that's apartments for rent. So I don't know. Right, they could have converted houses into apartments. It seems a weird area where there would actually be apartments, and then there's that many of them. So were they doing that there? All of these entrepreneurs that were buying up foreclosures and stuff. This says there's only three. Okay, what about change it to houses for rent? This says there's 500 homes for rent. That's even worse than Plymouth. So that means that people were foreclosing people and then um, slapping paint on those houses and trying to rent them out, just like they did to this thing, but they tried to sell it or they did sell it. So they won't stop doing it. So those people are being euthanized. It's been going on for 15 years. It's a profound criminal insanity on top of being awful, bad people. I don't think I don't think most Americans feel bad for these things. You've seen the shows about fixer uppers, and you've seen them on YouTube buying up foreclosures and stuff. Right? Just even people that are in the house, they feel no guilt. They did it to me. They painted it right over my children's murals and stuff. Just they would make a mother and six minors street homeless without a thought in their heads. And then they'd probably try to rape all seven of us. I just believe me. You don't even want to know. I was sitting on a bench on that Southern Artery, no, McGrath Highway, where Stop and Shop is, and just sitting there. And some dude pulls up and goes, "Hey, you working at all?" They know who I am. I've been all over the internet. It's just their chance to degrade me, like they walk up and spit on you when you're just sitting there. So God is obviously killing them, but the thermonuclear weapons will further them along. So there you go. That's your answer as to Medway. Okay, so uh, honestly, I felt like God was telling me that some of these people purposely they wouldn't even put the thing for rent. It's so that that housing isn't available for us to live in. Like they're horrifyingly sick. Yeah, like they're gonna buy a property so you can't be given a Section 8. And then they go out and tell you to suck their dick. So I don't have to worry about sucking your dick. The thermonuclear weapons are killing you people. I won't be sucking your dick. That'll be the new anonymous slogan. Uh, well, as it turns out, I have thermonuclear weapons, so I won't be sucking your dick. Probably. You probably had some person just go out there for a while. And then, because people that are cops and in the military and in your government that make those decisions, they have a right to go out and pretend they're homeless. Right. And you don't even recognize them, believe me. So, especially during the face mask time, they have a right to pretend they're homeless. So you can probably guess that they all did that, especially the police and the military. It'd probably be more frightening for people that are like on some sort of not a school committee, but they're like in your Congress and stuff. It would be more scary for them to do it, but I'm sure some of them have done it, especially during the face mask time in the winter with the hat and the face mask. So yeah, believe me, um, we won't be sucking your dicks. You have other neutered males for that, so you know the areas to go to, and they fully partake in that. Not you getting a group of women and children out there to do it. Usually, you just say it at us to degrade us. Like I said, you have perverse mental insanity. Okay? Like you have a hatred for ladies and children, but in particular, ladies. You have like a look. It's like some sort of at the root of it. It's probably got something to do with your mother. So you'd be surprised what goes into the brain matter when you grow up listening to a woman who envies other women. Every time a woman comes on the TV, she has something negative to say. So that goes into your brain matter. So, uh, as it turns out, we won't be sucking your dicks. So, tomorrow night's supposed to be pretty damn cold. No, you just go, whoa. Uh, not ending up outside. So, yeah, let's check. Let's check Quincy. Should I do houses? Houses for sale? Which is worse, houses for sale, houses for rent? Probably houses for rent. Because someone could think they can't afford to be in their house anymore. Does anybody even own a fucking house anymore? I question if anybody owns a house anymore. I really do. Um, so, even the thing like I told you that happened, I went to the DCF, was it DCF website? I went to some website years ago and they started telling people in Florida they could get a Section 8 to stay in their own house after they kicked me out of mine. Fucking sold it. So, they look at you and go, oh no, that's not really available to you, or they give it to other people because they have profound criminal insanity. right? Like it's just like the fig tree. Yeah, like every time you get angry, it's not made up, it's the truth. Because you have to think about how ignorant you are to be doing that. So I don't actually believe that white people do that. I really don't. After 50, almost 53 years, I don't believe they do. Nope. And it's shocking to me that anybody does it, but the statistics show that a lot of these folks have a reduced capacity, and they just over the years have never allowed actual science to be told to people. Okay, so now they have a brain sick, and so it's just like the fig tree, and that's how they view everybody. You either look like them or you don't, right? So it's like such a grotesque thing that they're doing. Just remember that there's like nothing there. It's like a literal monkey. So um my school thing is not working at all on this website. What's going on with that? I know you just go, what is this about? Okay, so try different. Okay, here's Zillow. See how many houses are for sale in Quincy. 26. Okay, so right now as we speak, there's 26 houses for sale in Quincy, Massachusetts, according to Zillow. Oh yeah, you just go do. I used to look at apartments when they told me I was going to get a voucher. Everyone does, and then that becomes some sort of fucked up takeaway. Like everyone's gone through it. I remember Jen doing it. All right, let's see. Let's try for rent. 165. Okay, so those people to me are worse than the people selling things. These are apartments. 165 apartments. It's probably usually more than that, to be honest with you. Yep. So let's see. What about how about Weymouth? 55 apartments. Okay. What about houses for sale? 17 houses. No, we don't want your housing. You're being put down. Yeah. No one wants to be in Quincy right now because you're being completely euthanized. It's almighty. You didn't get back to us about that's almighty. I know that you think you run your own brain matter, but that is so that you wouldn't house me out there because you're being euthanized. The whole population is. Hingham's got 4 houses for sale, according to Zillow. That have you been out to Hingham lately? Yeah, maybe don't go. Your head will pop off of your fucking body. Oh yeah, I walked out there when I was out there this last time. I walked all the way to Hingham. Yep. Just all kinds of construction going on. It's fucking appalling. So I'm sure they're gonna have a hell of a lot more than 4 houses for sale. Usually that's what they're doing. I don't know if these people are just demented in the fucking head and they're building a house for themselves out there. I know, you just go, what the fuck is this? That's God. That would be why I walked out there and walked. It's a reserve, I'm sure. Um, I can't, it's not even on a map. I never heard of it before, but it appeared to me to be some sort of nature reserve that they're sure as fuck probably not supposed to be building on. Yep. You just go, oh my fucking God. It can be devastating. That's why you just have to not look at it. Right. So things will be viewed a lot different when you realize that all of those people are going to die. Oh, you'll see them. They'll just be dead, gone. You'll just, I don't even know if they're going to tell you. Just all of a sudden, you're like, everyone's getting mad housing in fucking Quincy. What the fuck happened to everybody that was living out here? Do we care? No. No, we do not. Stop calling 911. They have five. They're saying they have five houses for rent. I mean, for sale. I don't think I was looking at Zillow. I think I was looking at like apartments. It's like they have it set up on their computers in the library too. You go, I'm not kidding you. That website doesn't even come up. I'm gonna have to see if I can find it. 10 apartments for rent. It's usually not that many, uh, or at least not on this website. Yeah, what's it? Apartments.com or something? Let me try that. I think it's like apartments. Something. Apartments guide. I don't think that's it. Apartment list now. We go apartments.com. Pretty sure it's apartments.com. And then you go, oh, mass. And then, this, yeah, see, this one has 36 things. I don't think that matters. That's not 36 things, is it? Yeah, that's not 36 things. Let me see. We'll just start off with apartments and see. Well, that's something to find out if when you're at that library, they tell you a whole bunch of shit that isn't even on here. Or they put people in that shit to be fucking euthanized. Even since I was just out there, you would think it would happen more and more. Yeah. Especially after I was just out there. I know if you say that you're out there and you're watching this live stream, you go, She's completely out of it. Like, we all got housing because you're being euthanized. Don't bother calling 911. They can't help you. Like, what would you even say to them? That would be interesting, wouldn't it? What would you say to them? Do you know anything about? Maybe you should watch the news. I don't know. Call your local congressman and ask them. Stop calling 911. 8 o'clock. I'm gonna have to cook that steak. Boston braces for what comes next. Well, what comes next is not histrionica. That's for sure. Let's see. I already explained it. Palliative care, antibiotics. I guess one of the things they're doing is some places, I don't know if they're doing that here, they let them pretend they're doing chemo. Okay. Palliative care, antibiotics, painkillers, stuff that like can be cured, like head lice, scabies. Right, like if you have strep throat, you don't have to die from strep throat, as far as I'm concerned. It's an antibiotic. Bloop. Okay. Uh, Even sometimes people with lung cancer get lung infections. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what kills them. We would hope to God that you would just lapse into a coma, that it goes to your brain and you lapse into a coma so you're not feeling any pain, but you definitely shouldn't be feeling any pain. There's still, if you make a phone call and you see that there's an emergency room or something, right? Not to test your phone service. That's me, if you were to ask me. But I'm not a person required, like, I'm not supplying that care to you. So I don't order people around. Get it? I don't order people around. They tell me, okay? And then clearly they tell you, and then sometimes people forget or they won't listen. But they clearly, it's been in the news, they've been telling you. You've had numerous nurses strikes. And in 2020, there was a whole bunch of hospitals that closed. And then you had people that I guess had to pretend, because I explained it, they had to pretend they were building another hospital because people wouldn't release the patients or something. It was similar to what happened at the hotel with these people with the shelter. Remember how that Taylor person told people in 2019 there was always going to be a shelter? I just looked up your website. That's not a shelter, it's a day shelter. So you were wrong, right? You were absolutely wrong. Just like you weren't going to, Hope was correct when she told me they were going to make you all leave that hotel because she knew. She was probably looking at me like, you don't really know what's going on here. These people are being tricked to return these people to Quincy so they can escape from them. Right. So they can straight out escape from them as they did. Yeah. So they escaped from a hotel they were being held hostage in for 2 years. By the time they all left that hotel, it was 3 years, right? 3 years they held those people hostage in various, it was like three different hotels. They kept setting a hotel on fire, storming into it, and then they'd go to another hotel. And then that would get set on fire and it got stormed into it, and they'd go to another hotel. They would not return those people to the shelter in Quincy. They had to be told a new building was going to be built. It's not a shelter, it's a day shelter. Not there's always going to be a shelter. Apparently, do they still have the location in Brockton? I don't know what the address was. They may have gotten those people out of that place too. Yeah, I mean, during this COVID stuff, they had people in all kinds of hotels. And you just go, they didn't just give people hotel rooms. That's what you would think. So people get ill or they were doing it intentionally. Okay, this is the same thing I just looked at, but I think it's a different. Is this the same news station too? Losing it. I thought it was WHCH. Troubled steward healthcare confirms interest in orderly departure from Massachusetts. Okay, where are they planning on going? Because I'm not sure Massachusetts cares. I don't know if Massachusetts has an agreement um, that they have to hold people hostage within their land area. Right. That's not what I was talking about with that thing. You can leave, but you're going to leave Massachusetts. You're not staying in the suburbs of Massachusetts. Okay. It's kind of like they do this stuff in Albuquerque too. Right. If you folks have incomes or you're going to walk on foot, they're going to make sure you walk right out of the Massachusetts borders because then you're somebody else's problem. It got to the point apparently where that Ron DeSantis guy started shipping people up there because he had probably the same attitude. Because if those were people that thought they were getting nuked somewhere, I find it a little bit difficult to believe with Florida, but people that would not stay in housing they were given, okay, that's not my situation. I don't even have an income because I told them I was going to leave. Okay, so Amy and Sunny told me that there was people that were actually going to provide people to leave. That's what I was told, and I don't know if that's true because I go, yeah, I heard that in Albuquerque too, that there was people that would show up at the train station to pay for these people to get out of Albuquerque. I just no one did that with me, but I finally got a woman in Roswell to pay for a bus ticket for me to get out of there. They were trying to trap me there. It's kind of like here. They shut off my food, but they were trying to trap me there. They weren't trying to get me out of Albuquerque or Roswell for that matter. So anyway, I'm not a boron shield. So in my opinion, but again, I don't run your state. I'm not your law enforcement. But if someone were to ask me, are you going to leave the boundary of the state of Massachusetts? Okay, bye. I don't see someone closing off Massachusetts. No, that's not what I meant. I meant trying to leave housing and refusing to stop hanging out at Logan Airport and shit because now you're worried about thermonuclear weapons. That's why you were housed there. We're being nuked too. Have you not seen the weather for next week? Get your head out of your ass. No, you go. We're being nuked too. You're not being tricked to leave your housing so I can move into it. You people are violent and dangerous. I don't think anyone wants that. I said you're not wanted out in the suburbs. For one thing, you people were offered that numerous times and you didn't leave there. Okay, because you of your lifestyle, because of your lifestyle, and because you're gonna whatever it is they do, those people out there to get housing and money. So that's your family. So stay out there and die with them. Okay. That's the God's honest truth. That's why you all took housing and left me like that. 13 fucking years. So, anyway, everybody is being nuked all over the planet. It's the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Agreement. You're the first wave of people. Somebody has to be first. Some people may have determined that you folks already seemed medically ill or mentally ill, and that's why you were put in housing. It makes sense with Alyssa. She definitely has brain disease. So it's like this: you stare at people to indicate, okay, various other statements. You use a pseudonym in real life that sounds like an internet moniker. Okay. You say that you're transsexual and you're taking testosterone. Okay. So you may have been placed in a Section 8 for your well being and so that you're part of the first wave of people because you're only 20 years old. The woman downstairs is 89. Okay. So when someone's already having brain disease, so you could go nonverbal by the time you're 25 based on the woman with the two children with dementia. So, how are you going to tell anybody that you're being repeatedly raped? Are you going to be allowed to get pregnant when you're nonverbal and produce children because people are that sick? Are you going to be able to tell anybody that you're being repeatedly raped, you're being abused? No. But someone will buy you like you're a piece of property, like Wendy Williams, when you can't even fucking talk and you're 20, and they will just keep you in. I don't even know if they make you live with them for 20, 30, 40, 50 years till you finally get like Ronald Reagan and your body systems die to collect your Social Security. So it's a blessing when people like that get lung cancer and die when they're that young like that and they already have dementia. Okay, so uh, if that's how they were figuring it out, it's almighty, right? Just um, even Lester wasn't being put in housing, and he didn't know what to do with two hard-boiled eggs. He mentioned something about maybe moving in with his sister. Maybe they finally got him to accept to go into a room or something. I don't know, but um, well, it's kind of unfortunate. I don't know if he had a falling out with Jerry or they just were never that close, or Jerry died because he was friends with Lupus Mary and she died. And so, yeah, uh, I was having conversations with them at the shelter, and then he started getting kind of mad because I started dating someone, what I thought was proper courting. Turns out it was nothing but dating, some pile of shit maggot. So, yeah, there was. I think he was friends with Bill. I mean, Bill. I don't think Bill's going to be anybody's caretaker. So most of those people are ill. Lester doesn't even know how to use his phone anymore. So it's kind of sad. If he does have a sister, I hope if she's able to, but I think she's blind or she's legally blind, right? He has a son, right? I don't know if his son, they're finally going to convince his son. He has issues with his son's wife because it's part of his issue with his dementia. Yeah, like I think he was confusing me. He had a wife or a girlfriend named Mary, I think. Yeah, I think he was starting to do that, and that's what some of the behavior that happens. Like I don't even know if they were aware of it, but hopefully his son will take him in and take care of him for the rest of his time. So probably because he still had contact with him. Yeah. So um, Well, maybe Melissa took her room, or they gave her one of those apartments. I'm sure she doesn't care about the radiation. Yeah, I'm sure she doesn't care. I, well, this is the only way you'd care is if you were getting like nauseous and vomiting. That you'd care because clearly, otherwise, I'm sure they don't care. The people that are hostages like that, I'm sure they don't care. They're probably like me. That's why I went right to Washington, D.C. I walk around and then I go, well, I guess maybe not walk down there. And then I tell other people about it. Just, that's about it. So, no, I can't. I can't talk about that. I mentioned it a while ago. Yeah, I mentioned that about Quincy. I just, right. It's all a big thing, and hopefully it's all going to be timed perfectly. Because, yeah, you go, what about the people that are working in their grocery stores? Right. What about them? I explained that they were already ill. They were already having illness. And that was 2 years ago. So, and then some people probably were, it's like they were stationed out there. Yeah. So you might have people that agree to do it for 6 months and then leave, or they're just doing it. Right. Just to, you do it to do it, I guess. But they might be part of the people that informed, because obviously there's cops and stuff too. They closed the hospital. There used to be a hospital there. They have people that work at a library. They have police officers. It's a regular city, so um, they probably just go, "Yeah, we're having an issue with staffing and stuff. It's getting like, right, it's getting bad." So, what is the plan to what is going to take place? Because this is, anyways. I gotta cook that thing, yeah. And then tool around. What a day, man. I guess I'll shut this off for now before I get too relaxed. Since that's right, I keep forgetting I'm got up at fucking 3 o'clock in the morning. All part of the horseshit. All part of the horseshit. Yep, all of it. That's why I just get angry. I just get angry because it's all part of the fucking horseshit where you go, it, it's all made up. They want people to be stressed out. They want people to have fucking terror. They want people to have compassionate sorrow. They want everything to be a fucking topic. Right? You just go 13 years, all these fucking empty housing units and stuff, and you're just giving other people housing. You go, it is not, we're not having a fucking conversation about it. It wouldn't even matter what was going on. I wasn't even talking about that when I went to Quincy. They start doing it to you because they're fucking sick in the head. They start doing it to you so they can take it away from you again and then watch you fucking flip out about it. Not a conversation. Not a fucking conversation. not measles, not norovirus, and not a fucking conversation. No such thing as fucking coronavirus. Not a conversation. Oh yeah, just not calling you about a fucking snap food card, not pissing and whining about it. Remember 4 days no water over a fucking snap card in 2021? Not a fucking conversation. Probably. They might be, it depends. They might be pissed too. Like, stop fucking calling 911. Not a conversation. It's been 13 years of telling you people. Not a conversation. I have no idea. I don't know what's happened to these. Do you know that some of these people have children that have cancer? Not a conversation. They told you that themselves. They told you that themselves. So it's just not a fucking conversation. All of it, like, you have to think about the scope of what you fucking people are doing. You go, not a fucking conversation. They understand that it's not my fault, but I don't blame them for going, I have to bury my fucking kid in the ground because God forbid I fucking die from cancer before my kid because you people decided that you have to do this to this fucking woman. So I'm not going to have a fucking, my children are going to die at fucking 10 years old because of you things. Not a conversation. Stop fucking calling 911. Not a conversation. Get it? Right? Because that's clearly the reality. And they know that I didn't fucking do this. They've seen me go out there for 13 fucking years. They know I've applied for the shit. They know I'm not just fucking taken off from a shelter. Okay? You just go, seriously to God, they know the whole thing about what you keep doing with fucking Social Security, the fucking DTA cash money. Not a conversation. Not a fucking conversation. They know that I said, okay, we're going to do this, just traffic, a walking program. They've been on the same fucking land piece with me for 13 fucking years. Not a conversation. These people are not sitting in fucking Dubai or India with their family on a TV going, oh, this is so terrible what's happening over in the United States. They're right here in this fucking land piece. Their wives, their fucking children. Not a conversation. Right, that dude that's not going to be a president, he has a wife and fucking children, and she already has cancer. Did I do that? Not a fucking conversation. I know. Could you imagine if just like 20 minutes ago, someone, I doubt it was because it's kind of late now, like that was actually someone's response to something where they go, well, let's have a conversation about it. What? Oh, yeah. Well, if she ever decides that she wants to have a conversation about why we shut off her SNAP food card again. What? Oh, yeah. That's why I've got to now explain to a 3-year old, an 8-year old, and a 14-year old that we're all going to die. Okay. No, just so we all know, it's because Mary Lagore is going to have a conversation about you shutting off her fucking SNAP food card again. Is she going to write script stories for you for your entertainment? And that's why people would have to explain to their teenagers that they're all going to die and not to worry about it. Right. I would say of all the people on the land piece, people with firearms probably have the most sort of like just like that. Because if you started losing your effing mind like these people were, you would have either probably lost your right to have a firearm and your family members would have taken it away from you, or you would have killed someone, or you would have killed yourself. That's the nature of firearms. That's why I don't like them. They're scary, but or you've got to have like your brain matter still, and you're just like, oh my fucking god. Right. It's really better when there's not a lot of stuff going on. That's why I don't mind the news, but sometimes if it's becoming too distracting to me, right, you just go, um, yeah. So today, this morning, I would say that that was because of the thermonuclear weapons, unless it, I mean, I hate to sound kooky. Sometimes I feel like I could pick up other people's, if she was in that much pain, right? But it could be God doing it to me. But I think he would have just told me. I gotta say, he typically tells me stuff. Yeah, like nothing came in my brain today about rashes or bed, like a diaper rash, nothing like that. Yeah, so I'm thinking it was probably just the thermonuclear weapons because I didn't even feel stressed. I should have been like, yay, yesterday, because today was my day off. I completed my week. So I think it was the thermonuclear weapons. I gotta say, unless I was having like mad hot flashes or something. In terms of that, I feel way better now. That's why I think it was that. Because now we're on a 2 day thing, we're on a 2 day off now. That's what I meant by 2 days off, not I workout. We're on a 2 day off, and then Monday, it's going to be all week. It's even in your news. All right, I got to get up and cook something.